actually warming up, which is warming our climate. So there are some slides. I will not go into the details, but we really see that the temperature is rising, and all the living species on the world, we are in danger. So we are not adapted to the warm climate. Also, the World Economic Forum report, which came out this year, so last year's, it predicts that in 10 years, the environmental issues will be much more important and for our society. Right now, we see the top risk is the cost of living. We see other geopolitical and other social issues, but in 10 years, the prediction is that the environmental issues will make the highest risks. And this is actually the great acceleration of our activities through 250 years. We see 24 graphs that are showing us that our activities after Industrial Revolution, on the red side, we see economical and social activities that are really growing, especially in the last 70 years, which is the aggressive growth. And on the blue side, we see the influences on the environment. They are also growing. So carbon dioxide, methane, and all other issues in the environment are growing. So they are putting our climate into unstable state. We are in these 250 years, we actually witnesses innovation cycles that was forcing business cycles, and at the moment we are also speaking about the different industrial revolutions. So the first one, which is not on this graph, was actually the agriculture revolution. Then we came to the industrial, which was had different cycles. Then we came to the digital revolution, and right now we can speak about so-called climate and clean tech innovation cycle or revolution. We also see, so my point was talking about the next 10 years, but in the wider perspective, our Earth was forming, so the was forming in more than 4.5 billion years. So it's really a long time, and through the whole this time, the Earth was designed by itself. But in the last 250 years, especially in the last 70 years, we humans were the ones who actually are designing the surface of the Earth, and we can see the tracks now almost everywhere. Even in breast milk, we can find the plastics, in glaciers, so completely everywhere. And this state is putting, as I already mentioned, the climate into unstable condition. We are speaking about the Anthropocene era, which can be actually seen as something nice, something from the bird's perspective. We already saw many exhibitions, photo exhibitions, but from the closer perspective, we see a disaster that is happening to us, that we are actually designing this disaster, and we are running out of time. So we are inefficiently using resources, we're losing biodiversity, producing waste, which will be even higher by 2050, and we are crossing the planetary boundaries, already 4 out of 9. 8 years ago, Paris Agreement was the first international agreement signed by almost 200 countries, forcing the countries to really reduce emissions and to keep warming the climate. It was actually the first binding agreement. All the others before Kyoto and others were non-binding agreements. Every country should now report every 5 years the achievements towards this goal. But what happened in 8 years? The state of climate action is that no indicators are on track regarding power, industry, forest, land, agriculture, transport, and buildings. 6 are out of tracks, 21 well out of track, 5 in the wrong direction, and 8 insufficient data. So on one side, we know what we should do, but we are not doing it. And it's a signal that something really needs to change. Actually, our mindset has to change, if I'm honest. So we are closing our eyes. We are behaving like that we don't care, that we are the only ones, that the business is running our society. It's like we are a frog in a boiling pot. And we really have to think how to go further. And we really have to step out of the comfort zone, because in these 250 years, these revolutions made our life much more comfortable, everything accessible. But it's similar like when we want to lose weight. It's not easy, but once when we do it, we feel great, we feel healthy, and I'm sure that the same is with the sustainability. We see that we are going into the wrong direction. We have to step out of the comfort zone, change our behavior, our values, and also the business models. Because I'm now representing the Business Association, I will speak now from the point of the business, how the business is now seeing these pressures. I mentioned the mega trends. The business is facing really pressures from different stakeholders, from the investors, banks, insurance companies, from the employees. We actually don't want to work in the companies that have negative influence on the environment and the society. So more and more employees are aware of the possibilities and of our future. And more and more of employees have the knowledge, can read different data and tell if the company is doing something wrong. And on the other side, we see also regulation. For example, in Europe, with the Green Deal, at the moment, 148 legislative documents are putting pressure on the companies in the field of energy, all the sectors, regarding the reporting, regarding the greenwashing, green claims. So at the moment, the most pressure is on the large companies, on the corporates, but at the end, finally, all the sectors, every company will see the consequences. We already see some small companies in Slovenia that have to report to the bigger ones the different data, what kind of activities or the footprint on the environment or the social they have. We also see the generations that are putting pressures. We all know about the Greta Thunberg movement. We see younger generations, different organizations, even putting lawsuits to the companies if their environment or anything else is in under pressure or yeah. So we see more and more companies being under different kind of pressures. 10 years ago, the International Climate Panel, they actually introduced the climate scenarios for the businesses. So success actually requires sacrifice. It doesn't come overnight, and every company has its own path to green transition. So these scenarios, there are 4 scenarios that now also the banks and the insurance companies and investors are looking into. So if the company is taking business as usual scenario, the emissions will continue to rise. So the idea is that the companies are presenting now their scenarios, how to mitigate or how to take climate mitigation and climate adaptation actions so they will stay resilient to different pressures that we are seeing. And we also see that the business ecosystem is already changing. In the last 10 years, especially the renewable energy sector, the data, digitalization is growing. Some data says that in, for example, in renewable energy sector, there are already more employed than in the classical fossil fuel energy sector. We also saw in 90s or at the end of 80s that companies which did not innovate in digitalization, like Nokia, Kodak, Xerox, they vanished from the market. And I'm pretty sure that many companies will vanish in next 10 years, especially in 20, 30 years. So it's important that the companies start to innovate and looking into the direction that our society and the world is going. We also need new standards for the business. This is the image of Volvo, which in 60s they invented 3-point seatbelt. They did not put any, so they put this innovation for the global use. So now we don't imagine any car without this kind of seatbelt. So we are speaking that the new businesses actually has to innovate, put new standards, which will ensure quality of the products and services, encourage innovation development, establish actually a new common language that we will all understand what the sustainable business is. This will also reduce costs and increase safety. And we already see many new standards and new regulation, which is needed now for new kind of business. And what are the benefits of the green business? It's cost savings. At the moment, we spend really enormous amount of energy and we are paying for this energy and we don't know which part of our business is using energy. So it's important this energy efficiency first and measuring where the energy is, and the energy is connected with the emissions and also with the climate changes. We are also improving brand image with the green business. We are increasing customer loyalty, attracting and retaining top talents. We already see really a lack of talent, lack of different employees, and it's a new opportunity with new green and sustainable skills. It's also compliance with regulations. As I mentioned, in European Union, the regulation, there is really a tsunami of regulation coming and the companies have to adapt now. And increased innovation and of course also access to green finance. At our last event we held in March, the bank representative said they are not going to make new green products, but those companies who will not show that they are making green transition, climate scenarios, they will not access to any finance anymore. And we also see that there is huge amount of money on market from the European Union, different kind of subsidies, open tenders. And we see that all of them have now topics connected with climate and social benefits. So the companies will have to prove all these changes that they're making. And a little bit also about the history. The ESG, so environmental social governance concept, did not develop in last 2 years, 1 year, but it's developing through the history. Not only 70 years, it started before, but we can say that after the Second World War, really the Human Rights Declaration started to take care of our human rights. Then we saw really development in urban settlements and the different businesses. So in 1987, there was a Brundtland Commission about sustainable development. Then the first carbon tax was introduced in 1991, and then different kind of agreements were going through the history, addressing either E, S, and also G part of our development. And 30 years, we can see the development of sustainability reporting ecosystem. So in 90s, we saw GRI and then CDP, Green Gas House, and now different types of frameworks, reporting standards, and also regulation. We see more and more pressure from the European Union and also on the international EFRS standards, which are now consolidating different standards. So there will be more transparent and not so confused, but different are joining together because there are perspectives from the investors' perspective, from the technical perspective, and reporting. So European Union has at the moment the strongest regulation on this area. I just put here a slide with few companies that had issues with the negative ESG effects, like British Petrol, Nestle, Uber, and companies cannot hide these negative effects anymore. They are blow whistlers. They are people who show that want to disclose these negative effects, and company really have to take care, because building the brand through 30, 40 years or more can be destroyed in one single negative action, and the companies have to take care of that really more as they used to. The transparency is really important. We also see the green tech race. As I mentioned, after the Paris Agreement, European Union was the first continent that declared they want to be the first climate neutral continent by 2050. At that moment, United States were also supporting Paris Agreement. After that, with the President Trump, they went out. Now they are with the President Biden, they are coming in. And a few weeks ago, we saw that the United States made Inflation Reduction Act with, I think, $300 billion supporting green tech race and closing their markets for foreign companies. This gave push also to Chinese, Japan, and Canada, and also European Union answered to this race, and they started to make some changes in the Green Deal. So they made a new Industrial Plan Act, which will now reduce a little bit pressure regarding the regulation on the companies, give more state subsidies to the companies, and also raise green skills and sustainability skills for employees. But we will, I'm sure that we will see more changes about this race, because on the other side, we see also geopolitical issues regarding fossil fuels or raw materials, because now in these technologies, we do depend mostly on the materials that are not in Europe or United States. And I'm not saying that these materials are actually bringing us to where we want to go. My notion is that we need clean business, and we actually will have to rethink all the materials and really start thinking about circular economy much more seriously than we are doing it right now. But what we don't measure, we cannot improve, was said by Peter Druckner. And that's why we wanted to help INCER, to our members, to go on the road of green transition faster, and to understand that the climate footprint only between 25 and 5% is controlled by the companies themselves. Everything else is hidden in their value chains. So this is actually a very heavy way to control the issues that are showing what kind of footprint do we have. But at the beginning, as I said, we have to start measuring where we are, finding the most material issues, and then making our path, what can be quick wins, what are low-hanging fruits, and where we need more investments or energy to address. And as I mentioned already today, green transition will need new green skills, and actually every job will need some green skills in the future. Either it is PR, marketing, C-suite level, finance, IT, design. So everybody needs to understand what we are doing and will need to rethink what we are doing. So a little bit about our activities in our association. At the moment, we have more than 100 members. We are part of different associations, national and international. And I'm sure that we will find with VTIS many potentials for further collaboration. But just to mention, we have 5 pillars of activities. One is advocacy, because for this green transition, we really need new regulation, new standards, new subsidies, and we are collaborating on the international and national level. Then we are working on the information and capacity buildings of our members, and also wider. With the projects that we are applying to, we are looking to innovation. We take care of networking, but we saw that with all these first 4 pillars, our results are not fast enough. That's why we decided to help companies, and we developed Green Star certificate, which is actually an ESG rating and climate action rating for the companies. We established Green Star, so it came out last year. We were working on the project for more than 1.5 years. And right now it's 3-in-1. So it's a digital strategy tool, one stop for sustainable business data. It's actually a green transformation navigator for the companies. It helps companies to check where they are, what kind of strategies can they prepare, what kind of climate action can then take, and it prepares them also for non-financial reporting. And at the end, it's also a certificate of excellence for ESG compliance and climate action. It's based on international framework standards and EU regulation. We will be updating it as the regulation and then standards will develop. And at the moment, actually, it was an interesting process when companies decided to go through. In most of them, PR and marketing departments who had these sustainability issues, they started to answering the questions. There are 150 questions in the questionnaire. And when those employees went to through the questionnaires, through the first part, which is the ESG status, they saw that they can find the answers. But as we started to ask them about their goals, 1 year, 2 year, 5 or 10 years, they said, oh, but we cannot, we don't have these answers. We have to speak to our director, to our board, or even finance director, because we were asking them about the investments into the green transition. And we said, yes, this is actually the case. It's not just the PR and marketing for the companies, but actually this is the whole transition, and everybody has to understand what we are facing and where you are going, where are your risks and potentials. So the questionnaire is really deep into the climate risks, which also the banks are now questioning the companies. So it measures the footprint on ESG. It shows directions and asks companies about their goals and also about concrete actions. At the moment, there are 18 companies that in the last year went through. So this was in the last half of year. So at the moment, we are glad that more and more companies are going through this questionnaire, and that we actually established a movement of those who are already have their owners, foreign owners, so the companies that are based internationally and have only franchises in Slovenia, or small companies who did not have any ideas where they are. They thought they're really sustainable, but they don't measure anything. So they said it was really helpful to them to set the goals, find where they are going, to engage employees, and to really start transparently communicating what they are doing. And at the end of the year, again, we will have this nice ceremony, and you are kindly welcome if you will be in December in Slovenia to join the conference and the award. And for the end, if you are a company or any other organization, what's next? Don't waste energy, time, money, and reputation. Start measuring your ESG status, set ambitious climate goals, and take action. Every step counts. Involve employees and your partners and start communicating your progress transparently. And it's important, do not greenwash or green hash. So do not be afraid of small steps, and we are not there yet. It's our task to go step by step on this transition, and it's for us and for our future generations, because we should not be the generation that will be written into the history as the one who will fail, but as the one which will succeed the changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. This was a very insightful topic. We've got a couple of questions for yourself coming in through Slido. So since we got a couple more minutes, I hope you don't mind me asking you on Rok's behalf. So he writes, is there a company that can be set as an example on how to approach the green transition, especially with regards to the value chain transformation or adaptation?
I cannot say exactly one. There are few ones that we see that they are making steps. For the value chain, we were working with one retailer company, which really started measuring different footprints by themselves. And now they are addressing, they have about 10,000 different kind of suppliers. These are really huge numbers that you cannot make changes very fast. But they are now selecting those ones that they saw that they have the biggest influences, either the use of energy, either waste, and they started addressing them. They started to having conversation with them and finding new partnerships, how to address different issues. They see that also some legislation has to be changed. So this is now really a systematic approach of some system changes that has to be done. So definitely the retail sector is important. That then, okay, the first one is actually the energy sector. Then we have agriculture sector. And what I can say in Slovenia, the companies see right now the pressure. We can say that we are a little bit behind in comparing to the West European companies. But the whole process of decarbonizing, first decarbonizing, then addressing also social issues, it's really complex and has to be done step by step. That's why we established Green Star, to lead the companies through systematical approach, finding the most material issues, what they will have to take.
Thank you very much. Eva, I see you've posted a question yourself. However, we are a bit tight on time, so we'll proceed with the next presentation. I will keep your question, Eva, for the round panel. Perhaps some of the panelists will address it there, but thank you again so very much, Anna. And with that,
thank you. Have good presentations.
Anna, for a very interesting presentation. Let's hope for a better future indeed. So now I will invite to the stage Tomaž Cigüt. He's joined us from Paris today here in Edinburgh, and he will talk about climate action and the pathway to sustainable development. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction, and thank you also, Anna, for the wonderful presentation. I will actually build a little bit on that during my intro. Yeah, so as was already mentioned, temperatures are increasing. Basically, the global average temperature is increasing, and since the pre-industrial levels, temperature has increased by about 1.2 degrees Celsius, and it will continue to increase. By how much, this depends on us, on our action. The United Nations International Panel on Climate Change just recently issued the 6th assessment report, within which they basically prepare different scenarios, so predictions of the way where we're headed. And you can see them here, like, so these are estimates, but this is where we are at the moment. And we basically aim for the 1.5 degree stabilization pathway, which is way down here. yeah, and for the rest, it's quite questionable what they would bring about. So we're talking about different temperature changes. So we're aiming for the minimum 1.5 degrees Celsius. Up there, we have 3 to 6 degrees change. But what does this actually mean? It sounds little. This is one image from the 6th assessment report, which really struck me because basically it shows a very large discrepancy between what happens under 1.5 degrees Celsius and what happens under 4 degrees. So this is showing the risk of species going extinct. And the contrast is quite stark. Of course, this change in the average global temperature represents something much more substantive on a particularly regional, local scale. It basically means a shift in temperate zones. It means that areas which are currently temperate might become arid. Other areas might also change. We're looking at changes in the mountainous areas and so on. We're looking at dry spells becoming longer. We're also seeing every year that the highest temperature is increasing. We're breaking records basically every year, but it's not just the highest temperature that's changing, it's also the number of days with an extremely high temperature that is increasing. And this has consequences across the environment, from impacting species which are not able to adapt in time, to also, for example, our food production, which can be severely impacted in the future. The World Economic Forum also recently launched the Global Risks Report. It just came out, I think, January 23. And what's interesting is that almost all the risks here are marked in green. So they are basically environmental risks. And even risks that are in other fields, such as social or political, are basically linked to environmental risks. So we're looking at, for example, large-scale involuntary migration, which would be the result of climate change, and erosion of social cohesion, geoeconomic confrontation, and such. I think a lot of this was already presented by Anna, so I think we pretty much have an understanding of what this means for us. So now the question is, what can be done and what is being done to address these challenges? We are facing substantial challenges, but there are frameworks to address them. Anna already mentioned that basically in 2015, the Paris Agreement was adopted, which is an international framework for climate change mitigation and adaptation. And under this framework, which was basically already supported by almost practically all the countries in the world, countries are aiming to limit the rise of global temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius. This is what we're hoping is the safest limit, but it's already under question whether we will actually manage to achieve this. So much more likely, we're aiming for at least 2 degrees limit. We have to note that if the temperature changes above 3 degrees, we're also looking at the risk of positive feedback loops, which basically means that the temperature would continue to increase regardless of our actions. So that's why the 1.5 or 2 degree is such an important goal to achieve. Under the Paris Agreement, countries are basically creating strategies on how to achieve this goal. And they're also assessing their emissions, and they're submitting their emission assessments every 5 years. So this is also something that's in progress at the moment. And there are also strategies underway which countries are developing. I will speak about this a little bit more in the future. So Anna spoke a lot about different frameworks and actions being taken. And she also mentioned how basically emissions are increasing across the entire spectrum. I wanted to point out the CO2 emissions because they are the most important contributor to climate change because they're the largest emission. And basically, CO2 concentrations continue to increase. since pre-industrial levels, they were actually below 300 parts per million. Now we're already at almost 420, so practically double. But it's not just the amount of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere that's increasing, actually also the amount of emissions being produced every year is increasing and has risen basically 3 times since the 1960s. So this is the amount we're emitting every year. And these emissions are also still rising every year, despite all of our action. So even though we're doing a lot to advance renewable energy and so on, renewable energy is at the moment only countering the increased energy needs of our society. So they're not even countering the production. So even though we're increasing renewables, we're also still increasing fossil fuel use. There is, however, a bright point in this. Today is estimated, this year is estimated that it might be the first year when additions in renewables are going to start to take out fossil fuel use in electricity production. If we want to stay within 2 degrees scenario, these are our carbon budget pathways. So the more we want to stay towards 1.5 degrees, the faster we need to decarbonize our society. And here we have the values basically. So for the 1.5, we would have to, by 2040, we would have to reduce emissions by 380 gigatons of carbon dioxide. I will speak a bit about this here. So one thing that also came out of the Paris Agreement were the nationally determined contributions. These are basically strategic documents that countries are developing, which outline specific actions that need to be taken to advance decarbonization. And these strategies and actions, they're also already outlining financial needs that would be needed to implement them. Nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, were also implemented in 2015. That was the first draft. And in 21, they were updated. So they're also being produced for every 5 years, and then they're being revised and updated. And here we have some positive trends. So the strategies that have been updated, they have been basically updated worldwide. And the strategies that were updated encompass almost all of the countries that are reducing emissions. So like 91% of global emissions are covered. They aim to reduce by 2030 an estimated 5.5 gigatons of carbon dioxide, which is more than the initial NDCs. But we can also take notice that by 2040, if we wanted to stay within the 1.5 degree stabilization pathway, we would have to reduce it by 380 gigatons. So we're a long way from reaching that. So there are also financial requirements that are being outlined, and these total to US $4.2 billion. One good thing that came out of the updated NDCs is that they are basically better aligned with other national plans and policies for climate change adaptation. So they are more targeted and they are more specific, and they might work better. However, even though they are more ambitious, they're not at scale consistent. So they basically need to be increased even further, much further. This is the situation since the updates in the 21. So basically, we can see that almost all the countries have submitted more ambitious climate emission reductions. Others have updated them like on a practical basis, but they're not more ambitious. They're just more implementable, so to say. Yeah. So there's no country that would be regressing, basically. Actions and goals are being increased. again, it's a question whether it's enough. So these are policies that could be implemented by the projections. So even with all the projections, we are far above the limits that we are aiming to achieve. Yeah. Also here we see the divide between the gap in the carbon budget that we have. So right now we're basically way above. We would have to increase all the scenarios, and this includes both conditional and unconditional. So across the whole spectrum, it's insufficient, insufficient targets, insufficient goals. I wanted to also speak a little bit about the Sustainable Development Goals. So the UN adopted 17 Sustainable Development Goals in 2015. And the aim is to improve livelihoods of human societies around the world, while also making sure that this happens sustainably and that we're also protecting the environment. These SDGs were adopted by all United Nations member states, and they include specific targets and indicators. So they're basically a method of tracking our progress. We have a very specific target, like, for example, how many people have access to public transport. And this can be measurable on an annual basis and can be basically tracked. I really like the quote from Anna, which said, "You cannot improve something you're not measuring." And I think SDGs are an excellent framework for tracking our progress on a global scale, so to say. So where basically statistics are hard to track. As said, SDGs were adopted in 2015, and their target goal is 2030, which means that now we're actually in the midterm, and this year will be the year when we're evaluating our midterm progress. So how far are we now that we are halfway in time? This assessment is not yet finalized. It's still taking place, but there are already some results coming out. I recently participated in a presentation from ASEAN, also from Asia and the Pacific. Which was an assessment of what's the progress in Asia and the Pacific. So it's going to be different from region to region, but I wanted to present this example since it's already accessible. This is our midterm point, and the blue bars show where we are. You can actually see that in almost all the cases, we're far from reaching our objectives. We are making progress on all of them. Almost all of them are going in the right direction. The only exception is climate action, because climate continues to deteriorate. We also have to note that some of these goals might be like the way they're being tracked is it can counter. Because, for example, if you improve public transport and it's carbon-based, it's basically detrimental to climate change, but it's good for public transport access. And it can be actually good for the climate in the long term because you're reducing the need for car travel. However, it would reflect in a negative output on climate action. So once again, the story is simple. We need to upscale our action. And I also wanted to show this, which is a very interesting graph. It basically shows, it lists countries based on two parameters. So the social thresholds that we have achieved. So basically how much the livelihoods of populations have been improved in these countries, and the biophysical boundaries that have been transgressed. And what we can actually see is that there's very few countries which are doing good, like in terms of social standards, and also on the environment. Almost every country that has developed and has produced good social standards for the population are basically far above what the environment is capable of supporting. And on the other hand, countries which are, let's say, more climate neutral, more environmentally friendly, so to say, are underdeveloped countries where people still lack basic amenities. This brings in this controversy because you have countries where we have achieved a certain level of social development, but now we need to find a way to decarbonize, to reduce our impact on the environment. But on the other hand, you have the other side of the world, so to say, so emerging economies, where we're trying to improve social standards, but also doing it in a way that will not deteriorate the environment. So how do we do both of these in parallel so that, you know, one act, let's say if we're decarbonizing on one hand, we don't offset this by intensifying fossil fuel use in other countries. We do see some concerning trends here. For example, a lot of emerging economies have voiced that they should be given the right to exploit fossil fuels in order to ensure better livelihoods for their populations. So this is where this kind of dialogue comes in hand, and I think this is where international cooperation becomes much more crucial. Yeah. I also wanted to speak a little bit about energy demand. So when we look at ASEAN, so the Association of Asian States, a lot of them are emerging economies or developing countries. And when we look at this, we're seeing that energy demand is expected to increase by a large amount. It's actually expected to triple by 2050. Also, energy supply to meet the demand will have to grow 4 times. Installed power capacity will have to increase 3 times. And also power generation will have to increase 3 times. So how can this be ensured that it's sustainable? This is some predictions, which are basically, we could say, hopeful. These are decarbonizing trends. So how much we would have to increase basically the use of renewables to offset carbon emissions. So far, it hasn't been like this. The solar PV has increased, and so has, for example, hydro. But at the same time, also the use of coal, oil, and natural gas have all been rising. So the current pathway is not sustainable. A lot of the energy transition and decarbonization will have to happen on the demand side. So here we see some percentages. For example, in food systems, in land transport, in buildings, industry. But a lot of it, in order to decarbonize, will have to be transitioning to energy use, so, electrification. And this would mean that the demand for electricity would increase, which actually means that we need to even intensify the use of renewable electricity generation in order to offset demand side. I have been recently working on one publication which tries to track, I'm skipping ahead, which tries to track the progress on the demand side. And actually, this is the current situation. When you look at, for example, buildings, so heating and cooling of buildings, most of the use of energy is non-renewable. It's actually fossil-based. And when we look at renewables, a large extent is with the use of bioenergy, so biofuels. And even the increases are rather small over the years. So in the last 10 years, it has only increased from 11% to 15%. We also have to understand that these are shares. So also the total need has increased, as you can see, by a significant percentage. Similar in industry, the percentage is small in the use of renewables. So this is the whole segment that we have to decarbonize. If we look at transport, for example, it's an interesting case because there's a lot of talk about electric vehicles and the uptake of electric vehicles and basically how much of an impact they're making. It's interesting to see the statistics. So it is a breakthrough in technology, but it's actually not a breakthrough in adoption. Currently, almost all the use of energy in transport is fossil-based, and electric vehicles only represent 0.4% of all transport in the world. This includes, of course, also rail transport, maritime, and aviation. Yeah, similar story also in agriculture. I will go back because I was skipping. If we look at demand side, so electricity demand by countries, the largest in the world is China, which is not surprising. I mean, China is one of the countries that has the most production in the world. Most of our goods originate from China. So it's expected that that's where the highest electricity demands would be. And then this is followed by US, India, Russia. I just wanted to give an example. So China has also been making great leaps in adoption of renewable energy. They're actually now adding more renewable energy than any other country in the world. Every year they're adding us like incredible amounts of solar, wind, also hydro power installations. However, the demand side of energy is actually increasing so much that they're also still adding use of coal plants. Yeah. This graph shows the expected increase in energy needs by 2050, and basically how much we would have to decarbonize in order to make sure that we are within our climate commitments. And this is the current situation. So the renewables represent less than 16%. By 2030, this would have to double if we want to stay within the 2050 framework. So reaching net zero emissions by 2050. And this doesn't just mean doubling it by 2030. It means we have to continue increasing it throughout every decade. So we really do need substantive action on this front. I also wanted to speak a little bit about the impact of climate change and climate change mitigation. So actually, this shows population density in the world. And we can see that it's actually specific regions, basically this belt, which will be most impacted by climate change, so the tropical zones. But these are also areas with the highest, let's say, emissions, the highest impact on the world. In particular, we can look at major cities. Almost all of the major cities around the world are actually coastal cities, which will be particularly impacted by climate change due to sea level rise and also like the combined increased weather phenomena. So the risks of increased storms, for example, and flooding. And that's why this is where most of the climate change adaptation is also needed. I also wanted to speak a little bit about my past experience. I worked previously with the United Nations Human Settlements Program, where we were aiming on decarbonizing cities in particular and urban transport. We can see by the predictions that total urban population is expected also to grow. And actually by 2050, almost 70% of the world's population will be living in cities. So that's where most of the action needs to take place, because basically this is where most of energy needs and consumption are also going to be taking place. And also if we stay within the same modus operandi as we are, the land use will also increase proportionally. My previous work has focused on transport in particular. When we look at transport, it's actually mostly road transport that has the highest share of impact in total amounts. And if we look at passenger volumes, we can actually see that a lot of it is urban private transport and basically urban rural transport. So basically suburban area, transport in suburban areas. And this is actually a significant portion which can be mitigated through efficient public transport, also micromobility, active mobility modes in cities on short distances, and the integration between the two. So the integration between active mobility and public transport within a city. And this is something that's actually quite implementable and achievable. And this has been part of my work, working on also this avoid shift improve framework. So basically reducing the need for motorized travel altogether, and also shifting to basically low carbon intensity modes, and then also improving the technologies used. And it should actually follow this framework. So avoid first, then shift, then improve. And also when we look at urban development and urban planning, the avoid and shift can largely be mitigated by the way cities are planned. So if we design streets that are more convenient for walking and cycling, people will walk and cycle more because it will be easier, it will be more pleasant. And if you integrate this with public transport routes, then people will use them even more, because even going on a longer distance, if you can take a bike part of the way and then a metro, you will use it more. So this is where urban planning can actually play a large role. Also, if you look at the transport capacities, it's actually interesting because private motor vehicles have a very low carrying capacity when you look at the population at scale. And actually what you want to do is integrate mass public transit with active mobility, so walking and cycling, because this is how you can achieve the higher transport. Yeah, and so this is basically the three principles of urban planning. So to achieve sustainable urban mobility, you have to promote on motorized transport and public transport, and you also have to build cities that are more compact and prevent urban sprawl, introduce smart growth. And the purpose of this is, of course, ensuring accessibility for the citizens, easier accessibility. So just to basically recap, yeah, we need to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by nearly half by 2030. And we need to increase climate investment by 3 to 6 times. We will hear a little bit more about climate investment in the next presentation, where we will talk about how actually even companies in the private sector can access climate financing. We also have a divide between developed countries and developing countries. Basically, we don't see enough action in developing countries and emerging economies. So we need to see where are the barriers for these countries to access international funding, and how to basically tackle these barriers. There are options available to scale financing, and estimates are that there is actually sufficient global financing to reduce emissions. So it's more about the technical way of implementing this and the political will and the methodology used. We also have to note that there is a strong need to enhance also resilience, and we have to work on climate change adaptation, because climate change will happen. And for the conclusion, I wanted to present this quote from the latest assessment report. Basically, it just reiterates that our choices are very important, the choices we make today, because they will last for hundreds, possibly even thousands of years in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomaž. It's very interesting. Always scary to hear from me how 1 degree can make such a big difference for the environment. but luckily there is some progress, and hopefully countries are up to the challenges that you mentioned. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but please just add them in the chat, and we can try to answer during the break. So now I will invite our next speaker, Klara Kuncic. She also joined us here in Edinburgh from Germany, where she works as a credit and analyst at the S&P Global Ratings, and she will talk a little bit about sustainable finance. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. So hello everyone, and welcome to my presentation. It's very nice to be here in Edinburgh and to discuss topical issues around ESG, sustainable development, and also thank you to EURE for inviting me to this academic assembly. So my presentation is going to be focused on the importance of sustainable finance through the eyes of a corporate credit analyst perspective. My name is Klara Kuncic. I work currently at S&P Global Ratings as an analyst in the team of consumer goods and healthcare. So the agenda for today is to focus on the following topics. First, I would like to share a few words about myself, about my professional path. Then I would like to introduce you S&P Global Ratings and what we do, the definition of credit ratings. I would like to also touch upon ESG in credit factors and give you some general introduction into sustainable finance, ESG integration, and present you the very essential terms such as fiduciary, and stakeholder capitalism. We are also going to touch upon sustainable debt markets, and if there's going to be still some time, I would like to present you some findings from my master thesis on the topic of the relationship between ESG practices and long-term performance of commercial banks in Europe. And for the end, maybe here also some students or recent graduates who might be interested in the career of at S&P. So if you're interested, please keep up till the end. So my professional path. So I was born in Slovenia. I also finished my high school there. And after high school, I moved to Vienna, where I did my bachelor's at Vienna University of Economics and Business. And during my bachelor's program, I spent one semester in Italy at Bocconi, where I first came in touch with the global sustainability strategy. At this point, it was more in a sense of how companies should produce sustainability reports, CSR reports, but it was not talked a lot about financial perspective of sustainability. But it was a time when I noticed, oh, that might be something that I would like to explore more in the future. After my bachelor's, I started working for a Zurich insurance company in Vienna. I was in the department of technical underwriting. And after a year and a half there, I returned to university and I started my master in Maastricht University, where I graduated in the program of sustainable finance with a master thesis on the topic of relationship between ESG and long-term performance of banks. Then I joined Rabobank, where I worked in the corporate banking area, and there I also got a really good exposure to sustainable debt capital markets, so green fixed income products such as green loans, sustainability loans, but more about that later in the presentation. And then I joined S&P Global Ratings, first as an analyst in the Southern International Public Finance team, and currently I am working for the healthcare, consumer goods, and media corporate team. So maybe some of you have heard about S&P Global Ratings and what we do. We are American credit rating agency. We are one of the top 3 alongside with Fitch and Moody's, and we are mostly focusing on creating credit ratings. But besides that, we are also publishing various financial research and analysis. And we really had to promote universal benchmarking, transparency, and business growth on the financial markets, and also help our clients to make more confident decisions. It's important also for you to understand that there's not only one team which is covering all of the ratings, but we are having 5 teams which are covering various industry. First, we have a team of corporates, where I am based at the moment, and also under corporates we have teams such as automotive, retail, telecommunication, and so on. Then we have a team which is rating banks and insurance companies. Then we also have a team where I spent 1 year, which is called Sovereign International Public Finance Team, which is rating countries. And then we also have infrastructure, utilities team, and structured finance. Besides these teams, we also have a team of sustainable finance, which is mostly focused on the research side, and which is also helping us with the ESG and credit ratings, and it's providing some type of ESG evaluations, green evaluations for the transactions and various plans. What is S&P Global Ratings, or like credit rating? Credit rating is a forward-looking opinion about the overall creditworthiness of an entity that we rate. It focuses on the capacity and willingness to meet its financial commitments. Why it is important? Also for sustainable development and economic development in general, because it helps to smooth functioning of capital markets by, for example, helping people to start and grow businesses, to enable governments to improve infrastructure, and to help manufacturers to build factories and create jobs. For you to understand what a credit rating means, you also have to know the rating categories. So on the slide, you can see the rating categories from AAA, which is, so to say, the best one, which expresses the extremely strong capacity to meet financial commitments, and the lowest one is the payment default. We divide them into groups: investment grade and speculative grade ratings. Maybe some of you knew that also Slovenia has a credit rating, but probably you didn't know which score it has. It has actually AA-, which is very good. So it's like, I would say, in my opinion, a very good one, which reflects very strong capacity to meet financial commitments. And if you look to our neighboring countries, we are second best after Austria, which has AA+ rating. Our other neighboring countries, such as Italy, Croatia, and Hungary, they are all moving in the lower investment grade area. And now maybe a question for the audience. Can you guess, or what do you think, which Central European country has the same rating as Slovenia? No, it's not Slovakia? Czech Republic, yes, yes, you're right. Yeah, actually it is Czech Republic, yeah. There are often a bit of misunderstanding how we come to the final score when we are doing a rating. So I also prepared a slide on rating process. In my opinion, the most important part is management meeting. That's like a meeting where we meet with a client and have a discussion on the topic that maybe we cannot really get from the data that they provide us. After the management meeting, we create analysis. For that, primary analyst is responsible with its supporting analysts, and the rating recommendation is presented in the rating committee, where the rating recommendation can be either accepted or rejected based on the vote the rating recommendation can receive or received. It's often the case that the rating recommendation has to be adjusted because the voters were just not okay with the recommendation. And by doing all of this regulated process, we really eliminate any kind of asymmetric information or conflict of interest. We have 3 sorts of ratings. One are public, then we have confidential ratings, and also private type of ratings. ESG considerations have long been incorporated in the credit ratings. We know that we have ESG factors which might be material or not material, but in the credit rating analysis, we only consider ESG factors that are financially material. So here you can see a small graphic where you can see that ESG credit factors are actually the intersection between ESG factors and credit factors. On this point, I would also like to point out that strong credit quality, it's not always positively correlated with strong ESG score, and that credit rating is also not a sustainability rating, but credit with a good credit rating quality can, let's say, has a better insurance cushion to absorb any kind of negative ESG impact. Here on the left corner, you can see the corporate criteria framework. All of the terms in the blue brackets are most likely to be impacted by ESG factors, either positively or negatively. On the slide, you can see a few ESG credit factors. In year 2022, most credit rating actions were driven by social factors, from the health and safety area, and from the governance area, such as risk management, culture, and oversight. Now I would like to share also a few words about the general concept of sustainable finance. And here I would like to start with the words from our professor back in Maastricht University. So in the first lecture, he told us, we are not tree huggers. So what he meant by that is that sustainable finance or ESG integration, if it's done in the right way, should not only create a social, environmental, like value added, but also benefit in a financial way, either by reducing investment risk or pushing financial returns. Sustainable finance is a powerful movement led by regulators, institutional investors, and asset managers. Globally, it supports not only economic growth, but of course, like sustainable development while reducing pressure on the environment and considering social and governance aspects. And if you're looking at why sustainable finance or ESG integration is important, is one of the main reasons is it helps to reduce cost of capital. As the cost of capital, it helps to reduce various types of risks, such as investment risk, risk of fines, reputational risk. It also helps to reduce negative externalities and help companies to create more resilient, long-term focused strategy alongside increased efficiency. And yeah, it also helps to improve ability to benefit from sustainability megatrends. And if you have a look to the graphic on the left corner, you can see a graphic from BlackRock, which shows us that companies with better ESG score also perform better on financial markets, also during volatile times, for example, during Corona. And companies with lower ESG score perform worse. In many industries, a large portion of their corporate profits is at stake from external engagement, and the value at stake may be higher than you think. If you look at the graphic, banks and automotive tech industry have its EBITDA at stake up to 50 to 60% if they are not operating in alignment with capital requirements, systemic regulations, consumer protection, for example, for automotive, all of the renewable regulations and carbon emissions regulations. So you might not think, but banks really have to take, it's very important for this industry to take all of the ESG or sustainable regulations into account to not suffer financial loss. So strength in ESG helps to reduce companies' risk of adverse government action and state intervention. Now I would like to present you two terms, which are, in my opinion, very important to address when we talk about sustainable development, and also the mentality of financial managers. How should they act in order to really realize sustainable development? So here we are going to talk about fiduciary duties. So fiduciary duties exist to ensure financial managers to act in the interest of those they manage money for. Often investors were taking that as an excuse. Oh, we are not going to invest in ESG companies because we are going to suffer financial loss. But reports by groups such as United Nations Environment Program Finance Initiative, report by Freshfields and Principles for Responsible Investment have argued that financially material ESG factors have to be integrated into their investment decision making. And this concept is strongly linked to stakeholder capitalism, which claims that managers have a duty to not only the entity's shareholders, but also to all of the stakeholders that contribute to the operations of a firm, such as customers, employees, suppliers, and local communities. These two topics are also often discussed in the big corporations, and also one of the statements that BlackRock CEO Larry Fink highlighted is that a company must create value for and be valued by its full range of stakeholders in order to deliver long-term value for its shareholders. So implementation of both of these concepts really help to create and deliver long-term value creation. Now we're going to share a few words about sustainable debt market. Sustainable debt market covers a variety of financial instruments that provide ESG benefits. The majority of sustainable debt issuance is either in a form of bonds and loans. We are dividing them in two main groups. Ones are green, social, and sustainability bonds and loans. So these are financial instruments which are being used to finance specific projects with an ESG benefit. And on the other side, we have sustainability-linked bonds and loans. These are financial instruments where the repayment terms are pegged to a certain performance, certain performance KPI at the issuer level, and they can be used for any type of financing. On the right, in the right corner, you can see a graphic which shows the development of sustainable debt issuance by region from 2014 to 2022. And you can see, I don't know if you can see it clearly, but the charts in blue reflect advanced economies, and what we can see that sustainable debt market is more present in advanced economies and are barely represented in emerging markets and developing economies. What you can see that if a government is struggling to meet its basic needs, the sustainability is not the priority on the agenda. Here is, in my opinion, a very useful slide for you to understand various investments. Also, when we speak about responsible investing, on one side, we have a traditional philanthropy, where the goal is to create only a social impact. And the other extreme is commercial investments, where the primary intention is to really get the best market return possible and not really the ESG. And in the middle, we have so-called social investing, impact investing. There are various terms, but what they have in common is that they really try to not look to really cover both sides, help to create some kind of social and environmental benefit, and create value added either by reducing risk or increasing profits. And maybe just on this point, there is no standard classification in the industry in terms of investment. So this is a graphic from OECD, and it's still, let's say, in development. Maybe in like 10 years, we are going to have like a graphic which is going to be like 10 times bigger with different types of investments. On this slide, you can see the responsible investment assets by strategy and region in 2020. And if you look, you can see that ESG integration is actually the most popular way, and it's mostly expanded in the United States, followed by Europe. In Europe, negative exclusionary screening is one of the most popular type of responsible investing. Negative screening means that fund managers are excluding certain investments based on their ethical preferences. We also can see that impact investing has it's least represented, and again, emerging countries, developing countries are very represented. So if we have still some time, I would like to share a few words about my master thesis, the relationship between ESG practices and long-term performance. So here I was looking at MSCI scores of various European banks, and I was linking the scores with financial ratios and some governance scores. And what I have found is that banks' long-term performance as well as ESG scores are very affected by country-specific governance and economic indicators. I remember that was before Corona, that was during Corona, before Ukrainian invasion. I was looking at a Russian bank, which was in a sense very ESG positive in a core business, but because it was located in Russia, which has a low rule of law and high level of corruption, its overall ESG score was not so good. So it's always very important to evaluate the whole ESG sector of impacts. Two questions that I was able to answer was once, why are there still so many banks discouraged to integrate ESG practices? And that's also the case for many companies, because sustainability ESG is still very expensive. And especially if you look at the developing countries, emerging market countries, if they are struggling to meet its needs, they're not really going to invest, or the sustainability is not going to be on the priority. Often the case is also lack of political will and weak legal structure, which is not really promoting sustainable development. On the other hand, we have a question: why do ESG practices not contribute to the improvement of long-term performance? Here, I can address that often the problem is that companies are not integrating financially material effects, financially material aspects, and if they are doing all of this with non-material factors, there's going to be no change. Often ESG is also used as a marketing tool and not really as a tool to create a change. And we are still seeing a lot of lack of innovation. So I think I have another slide to read. So with my conclusions, if there are 3 points that I would like you to take from this presentation is: what is a credit rating? Credit rating is a forward-looking opinion about the capacity and willingness to meet its financial commitments. And the credit ratings are very essential to foster transparency on financial markets. Credit rating is not a sustainability or ESG rating. And if we speak about sustainable finance, if sustainable finance or ESG integration is done in the right way, it should not only create social or environmental benefit, but also help a company in a financial way. So that's the very last slide. I would like to share also some words about the careers at S&P Global Ratings. We are always looking for new talents. We are mostly recruiting through the summer internships and graduate programs. Maybe some of you might be interested. So please, if you have some questions, please do not hesitate to reach out. Maybe you might be interested to any other open positions. which you can find on our career site. We are located in EMEA in 6 different locations. And if I would need to describe S&P as an employer in two words, I would say S&P puts a lot of value on diversity and self-development. Thank you for your attention, and yeah, happy to take any questions also maybe later when you have roundtable.
Very much, Maja. Again, another very insightful presentation. I hope you all enjoyed it. We've got 4 more coming up today, but I think we all need to take a little bit of a break. So we have 30 minutes pause right now, and we're going to continue at 12:45 UK time, or I think that's 13:45 Central European, aka Slovenia time. So see you back in 30 minutes.
Everyone's welcome to some lunch. There are some sandwiches, cake.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your break. We're ready to start the second round of presentations, beginning with Sara Cerar. She's a senior consultant on EU and energy affairs, but I think it's best for me to hand over to Sara directly, and maybe she can say a few words for herself. Welcome, Sara.
Hi, everyone. Greetings from Brussels. I hope you all had a pleasant lunch break and a coffee so you won't fall asleep during my presentation, but I promise I'll try to make it as fun as possible. So first, let me try to share my screen. Might take a moment. Okay. As usual, it doesn't work immediately. Just a second. We had the same problem on the when we tried to.
Don't worry. Is it okay on your end or not coming through?
Ah, now it showed up. Whew.
Perfect. It's a classic one, so I think everybody's used to it by now. So.
Okay. So I think now you can see my screen, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great. So hello to everyone again. My name is Sarah. I'm a senior consultant in public affairs. I'm currently based in Brussels, and I work on many different topics, but for the purpose of today's title of this event, I wanted to focus especially on EU sustainability and more precisely ESG policy. And to maybe just start with a very short introduction, I work in EU public affairs, and for most people, actually, they refer to us as lobbyists. So this is a very short image of what some people think we might be doing, especially our parents, our friends, and there's a lot of misconceptions of what our job actually consists of. So I wanted to maybe first break a little bit the ice with this image. And yeah, I do occasionally drink a glass of champagne and talk to an old politician, but actually most of my time I spend in my office in Brussels, where we analyze legislation and we work with different clients from really various sectors, because our job really consists of, let's say, screening the legislation that's being published at the EU level and then advising the clients on that. And as you might understand, this involves a lot of hours of reading, following developments online, and only occasionally we step actually into the European Parliament. And to very briefly describe what my company does as well, so you get a little bit of a bigger perspective. We are a team of 40 consultants based in Brussels, all of us. We have some offices also in London, Madrid, and in Lisbon. So we can also work with clients that are based not at the EU level, but more at the national level. And our company is generally divided into different groups. We work on digital clients, which involve Google, Meta, Etsy, Vinted, for example. That might be the most famous ones. But then also we have expertise in energy and sustainability. So my primary, let's say, expertise actually lies in energy. So I've been working for over 2 years with clients in different energies. This might include electric charging infrastructure. So we follow regulation that concerns electricity markets, renewable fuels, but we also have clients in the fossil sector. So we are very familiar with the lobbying in that regard as well, and especially the European Green Deal and all the emissions related regulation. So to briefly also make a connection on why I'm talking about sustainability today. is that this was not a primary, let's say, topic that our company was working on. But in the past 2 years, we've been approached with most of the clients we already work with on different regulation. And they've approached us and said, have you heard about this sustainability regulation at the EU level? This seems quite scary, right? And we started looking at this on, let's say, very small budgets. And I can really comfortably say that this is really picking up. Companies are waking up. They're understanding that the EU regulation is really tightening. The bar is being raised, and they need to invest a lot of time and also budget in understanding what has to be done in the next couple of years in order to be compliant. So the entire idea of my presentation today will be diving a little bit into what companies are concerned with. I'm going to keep it more high level. I won't go into too many details, but if there is some time at the end and also at the round table, I'm happy to answer any questions. And to begin with, I think it's worth starting with explaining a little bit sustainability and ESG. I know my colleagues have been already discussing this in the past presentations, but it's still kind of a buzzword. And for a lot of people, also when you read different articles, it becomes kind of an interchangeable word. So when we talk about sustainability, and here I really took a definition from the UN, this is a very general term, which basically means how we're going to meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And we can say that the European Union has really adopted this as the core principle of the current legislative term. And most of the legislation that's currently out there on the table is based around this principle of sustainability. So all the policies that have been presented really aim to bring our industrial development on the path towards sustainability. And then when we talk about ESG, these are actually just it's basically a tool, one could say. It's about using environmental, social, and governance factors to then evaluate companies on how they're performing in terms of such sustainable development. Because we all know that it's easy to talk, but it's more difficult to do something and actually to cross-check what's being done. And in this regard, ESG is really useful as a tool to measure how the sector is performing. And what we're also seeing right now is that not only to be, let's say, to attract more customers, but some also have inherent values to be more sustainable. These criteria are being more and more used then by governments, by banks, investors, and also consumers when they make their decisions to evaluate the product and the businesses they're buying things from. I think you might be all familiar with the distinction between what environmental, social, and governance is. But in a nutshell, environment really concerns the conservation of natural wildlife, biodiversity. It's also one of the most popular aspects we're currently talking about because it concerns emissions reduction, climate change mitigation, energy efficiency, and so on. The social part is sometimes still a little bit forgotten, one can say, because it concerns data privacy. This is picking up a lot at the EU level, but I think it could use a whole another event with VTIS to explain this aspect. But then it also concerns different supply chains and human rights. And we are seeing some legislation finally popping up at the EU level on that regard. And finally, governance really conducts how the board is conducting different operations. Here we're talking about preventing corruption, bribery, and so on. So these are, let's say, three key terms that are really helping the EU to put together different standards on how companies should be reporting. So my first trend that I wanted to mention is actually, are we having an ESG regulation fatigue? So it's really, I've been looking at this study developed by Cube on ESG, the evolution of ESG regulation. And they've made an analysis that globally, the sustainability has become regulated with more than 50,000 laws, regulations, and guidances. And this has all been issued over the 5 years globally. So of course, one can imagine if you are, let's say, alone standing sustainability responsible in a company, it's not really feasible to be aware of all that regulation. On top of that, Europe seems to be quite a leader because around 11,000 issuances, that means official documents, reference to sustainability in the past couple of years, although only 700 of those were enforced regulation. So we're really talking, I'm going to say at the very end what I think about sustainability, but I think it has become a buzzword in the EU because it's being used in absolutely every document that's coming out of the current Commission. And at the very last, what's really making people, I think, a little bit, tired of ESG regulation is that it currently is not standardized. It really depends and it differs between every nation. Everybody interprets it differently. Everybody enforces it differently. And for multinational companies, it's becoming quite a big challenge to then really decide, okay, which standards are we going to obey? What is the best one? Because we still don't have some objective measurement on a world level to adhere to. And then the next question that I think is worth pointing out is, are we actually practicing what we preach? As I've mentioned, the EU is definitely, at least based on data, a leader globally when it comes to ESG regulatory movement, because we have most of the documents published worldwide. I think altogether, the EU is responsible for 57% of all ESG related public documents. But then those that might be a bit familiar with policy and how things actually work, it's not just about what's written on paper in the regulation, but it all comes down to enforcement. So if we actually want to see change happening, this has to be enforced. There has to be good institutions put in place that are cross-checking this information. There needs to be fines. There needs to be procedures against companies that are not doing the right thing. And currently, only US appears to be the nation with enforcement actions against firms that are reporting misleading ESG claims. Later on, I will also explain on this slide, which shows a little timeline of how ESG sustainability policy has been developing in the EU. And you can see that we are slowly starting to follow up behind the US with enforcement action. But I could say that we can still be much more ambitious. To go all the way back of how everything started, and I think my colleague Anna in the beginning already mentioned that ESG is not a new term. This has been developing for over the years. But to kind of start with more like recent history, sustainability policy in the EU was mostly triggered by the adoption of the United Nations 2030 agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. And at the same time, we had the Paris Climate Agreement adopted. This was the, let's say, the basis on which the EU could build its policy for the next 3 years. And at the beginning of the current legislative term, that was in 2019, the European Commission came forward with the European Green Deal. This was quite famous, but in the very end, it was, I think, a document of 24 pages. So it was okay to print it out. And it basically encompassed the plan for the next 4 years of how the EU is going to go on the path towards sustainable development. So there were really, I don't remember how many policies, but most of them have been published in the last couple of years. And one of the most significant ones was actually the European climate law that is now currently in force and was presented in 2020. The climate law was that significant because the European Green Deal was basically an ambition how to start moving towards sustainable development. But as I've mentioned before, everything is about enforcement. And enforcement, it really helps if you design targets in regulations, because regulations are meant to be directly applicable in all member states, and there is no nuances in interpretation of how one is supposed to achieve that, right? So the climate law was a regulation that really set a binding target of emissions reductions for 2030 that was at least 55%, and for 2050 to become climate neutral. And this was the basis for all the following policies. I'm not going to mention all of them, but just those that I think that are absolutely crucial for companies that want to really be aware of what's going on in the sustainability field. In 2021, we had the Fit for 55 package. This was mostly a package of regulation and directive and revisions of existing legislation that was dealing with emissions reductions. So we had, for example, renewable energy directive, energy performances of buildings directives, emission standards for cars, which was, I think, quite a heated debate in the past few months with Germany changing its mind last minute. But this package is already more or less adopted now, and it was mostly dealing with emissions reductions. At the same time, two other laws were proposed, which I'm going to talk about more in detail later on. That's the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive and the EU Taxonomy. And later on, the Commission also followed up with the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. I know there's a lot of words that sound the same, but they do tackle different issues. And I wanted to mention about the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. This was really a novel approach at the EU because there was no enforceable way to make companies liable for the human rights abuses in their supply chains. So currently this law is passing through the European Parliament and the Council. And if it's going to be adopted as currently on the table, companies will be liable for human rights abuses, environmental degradation, everything that happens in their supply chains. Of course, the supply chains is being heavily debated, whether it should be applicable only to your very closest business partner, or you should go all the way down to the very first, let's say, extraction of raw materials, right? Which is where most abuses actually happen. And then we're following up with the last batch of proposals that came out this year, or are still actually on the timeline to being proposed. That's the last delegated act for the EU taxonomy. We are also expecting ESG ratings initiative, and the green claims directive. I think this has also been briefly mentioned in the previous presentations. And green claims is especially interesting because it refers to consumer law. It's an update of consumer regulation. And basically, companies will have to substantiate claims they make on products. So for example, you won't be able to say anymore, I don't know, this object is carbon neutral. For example, if you don't mention that this carbon neutrality was achieved by offsetting it, I don't know, by planting trees in Colombia. So this will all have to be digitally tagged and substantiated. Otherwise, companies can face quite big fines as well. And now in particular, as I've mentioned, I wanted to dive into the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. I've chosen this one last minute because I thought it's the most relevant piece of legislation out there currently, and absolutely every company in the EU, also those that are foreign and operating in the EU, should be aware of. To start with the very first, it's this directive is an update of an already existing non-financial reporting directive that's been already in place for several years. And the whole objective of revising this directive is to make sustainability reporting more standardized. As I've mentioned, there has been many different standards in the past, and consumers, banks, and investors were not able to compare companies to each other. So you were like comparing, I don't know, pears to apples. So the objective of this directive is really to make standardized reporting the norm so that everybody can easily access comparable and trustworthy data. The novel thing here is that this sustainability data will have to be now published in a single management report. So most of you might be aware that in the past, companies were mostly publishing reports separately for financial data, and then we had the famous sustainability report that was published on the other side. Well, now with this directive, everything will have to be published in a single document, which will have to be available online, and the data will have to be digitally tagged. You can imagine that this is already, the digital tagging can be quite a massive challenge for most of companies already. Moving onwards to the scope, this directive will apply not only to EU, but also to foreign companies that have more than 250 employees, more than 40 million turnover, or more than and more than 20 million total assets in the EU. We've already seen some numbers flying around, and this would approximately be around 50,000 European companies and over 10,000 foreign ones. So actually more than there's articles in the EU about this directive, there's more in the US, because they have less experience with ESG reporting on such high standards, and the companies are really also approaching us as consultancies if we can help them with this European regulation, because they are not aware of what they should be reporting, and most of them have businesses or at least subsidiaries in Europe that comply with this threshold. When it comes to what companies will actually have to report on, so it becomes a little bit more tricky, right? So the EU itself is not developing those standards, because this is a very, it's a very technical topic. And they have actually commissioned an external agency, which is called the European Financial Reporting Advisory Group, or called EFRAG. And they're responsible for developing this European standards. So what we do know is that the process of the standards is, the timeline is a bit different from the directive itself. The directive has already entered into force this year in January, but the standards are still not out there. So the companies are still waiting to see what they actually have to report on. But what we can say is that we've already seen the drafts, and the EU is saying that they won't drastically change until they're finalized by the European Commission. So we are expecting to see the first set of the standards published actually now in mid-2023, so hopefully before summer. Very concretely, to put some, let's say, meat on the bone, the reporting standards, for example, will really be around environmental, social, and governance criteria. And here we're talking about companies will have to report on their emissions they produce across their supply chain, how they help with circular economy, how they're dealing with pollution, or what's their impact on water and biodiversity. We're also talking about social standards such as equal opportunities, working conditions, and workers in the value chain. And lastly, of course, we're talking about governance, corruption, and especially those companies that are multinational and operate in some other countries that might be more concerning than the EU, will have really to dig into the governance of their subsidiaries there. A very novel and a little bit complex term that now appeared in this directive is the concept of double materiality. So this is really important because it's I would say it's a change in understanding of the impact of what companies should be reporting on. So before, it was very common for the company to report how their business model is affecting the environment, right? So what are your emissions? How are you, I don't know, impacting the local water supply and so on. But now the change in the mindset is that companies will not only report how they impact the environment, but how the environment is actually impacting them. And this will be, for example, how climate change will impact your activities. I can give you one example. For example, I work with one company that has a subsidiary in Bangladesh. So they will really have to be looking into the impact of floods or weather events on their operations,
see how much financial damage, what's the impact on workers this could cause. And this is really a novel approach in reporting. And this will be obligatory as well. To be very concrete, the first companies will have to apply these new rules in 2024 financial year for the report that's being published in 2025. So there's not a lot more time left. And of course, when we're talking about, it's all good. I've heard something in the background. And to wrap this up, companies will be required to audit their sustainability information. So this is, I would almost say, the most important part, because otherwise this could easily lead to greenwashing, and there has to be somebody accountable that really cross-checks whether this information is correct. Again, I don't want to point fingers, but I can also share with you that certain companies I work for example, how they used to report this is they simply send an Excel sheet to their subsidiary in another company and ask them, can you please write down the emissions your business unit is producing? They return the spreadsheets, and then they return to them, I think, a year after, and they ask, so where did you actually get this data? It's like, yeah, I didn't have this data, so I think it's actually the data from the previous year or something like that. So it's really important that we have strong auditing, and this is going to be enforced by member states themselves. So this is just as a reminder of how important and impactful this directive will be. To wrap things up, I wanted to really highlight some key takeaway messages. First one is really that the compliance bar for companies when it comes to ESG reporting is being raised. And as you can imagine, with athletics, it's going to be the same in reporting. We're going to need new tools. And here I can tip everyone that's interested in entrepreneurial business. There is very little companies out there, or a very limited selection, that are now dealing with digital tools to help companies report on ESG standards. There's going to be new tools needed, for example, something connected with also artificial intelligence, for example, or different novel approaches that are going to make comparable data easier to gather. And at the same time, as I've already talked about, the impact of this directive will be felt globally. We're already seeing news articles pop out that several thousands of foreign companies will be hit by EU sustainability rules, and we're seeing really big interest in understanding what the EU is proposing. So we can say that EU is definitely the thought leader in ESG reporting. And to wrap things up, I would also add, as I've said, that the EU is leading the way in ESG regulation, but the impact we really will see on the power of enforcement by member states. We've already been seeing some news from, for example, from the Dutch government that issued some preliminary reports, and they're really seeing that companies are not ready to report, especially on certain standards that are being currently proposed. The deadline is tight. So I remain, let's say, not optimistic, but realistic how this will play out in the next couple of years. But for sure, we do expect there will be some learning curve, both for the government and for the companies themselves. And lastly, I want to emphasize that, especially for those reasons, the cooperation between the public and the private sector is really important, because the government doesn't necessarily know what businesses can do, and businesses usually know better than the governments about their supply chains, how they operate, and so on. So there are multiple ways for businesses to get included in the regulatory procedures. They can come into with different suggestions. For example, when we're talking about the development of European sustainability standards, EFRAG is hosting workshops for different companies that can really come in with suggestions on how the standards should be designed. And we work with a lot of companies that participate in this kind of workshops. with this, I think I'm just on time. So I really thank you for your attention, and for all the students. I'm not sure if anybody's following this discussion. I'm always happy to stay in touch, whether you might be looking for internships in Brussels, in sustainability policy or energy or anything else. And for others that might be affiliated with companies, I'm always happy to have a chat on sustainability and also hear from you. So thanks to everyone.
That was very interesting. Thank you for explaining what ESG actually is to some of us who might not be so aware. And now we have Tjaša Demšar. She is a senior climate resilience planner from Introba in Canada. Welcome.
Wonderful, thank you so much. So my name is Tjaša. I work as a senior climate resilience planner with Introba in British Columbia, Canada. And Introba is a global green engineering firm focusing primarily on buildings. And we have offices in Canada, the US, Britain, Serbia, as well as Australia. So we're global, but a portion of us are focused on this piece around preparing for climate change, both on mitigation and adaptation side, and I'm on the resilience team. So today I wanted to share a little bit about my experience with preparing, how we can help organizations, companies, communities prepare for climate change. And I think these are the types of things that a lot of institutions and a lot of companies are starting to think about, including because of the reasons as what Sarah was just talking about. In terms of some of the requirements that are coming up in a similar way, we are seeing that come up in Canada as well, but primarily through requirements of the different funding mechanisms where organizations are required to report on their climate status before they can obtain any sort of funding. Just a bit of an overview for my presentation today. A couple of things that I wanted to touch upon today will be just providing a bit of context, defining the resilience as we understand it in our work, the key steps of the climate adaptation process or resilience planning, and then I'll share 2 examples the city of Surrey, 2 examples of adaptation planning initiatives, one focusing on how we were incorporating equity considerations, and the other one highlighting an example of nature-based solutions. And then I'll wrap up and hopefully leave some time for questions. I know this is a topic that oftentimes people have questions about, so I'd be very happy to chat about that towards the end. And just making sure that we're all on the same page before we begin talking about climate change, just recognizing that it's absolutely indisputable that our climate is already changing. And this is a graph here showing how climate has already changed, how we are seeing the warmest years on record in the last couple of decades, and the trend continues to go up, continues to warm up. So this is here a really nice graphic I enjoyed seeing from the most recent IPCC 6th assessment report that just came out a couple of weeks ago, with some of these messages that they shared about really the urgency of climate action that is needed. Also recognizing that climate change has already caused widespread and substantial losses to almost every aspect of human life on this planet already, and that the impacts on future generations depends on the choices we make now. So this graphic here shows on the left portion of the graph, you see kind of similar to what I just showed on the previous slide, is how the climate has already warmed. And then from that point, 2020 or 2023, where we go from there. So the kind of 5 different emission scenarios and how far they would get us in terms of global warming. And at the bottom, I really like this piece here about the impact that will have on the people, especially the people who are born today, all the babies that are born these years, they will be growing up and living in these drastically different climate conditions from what we're living in. And I think this is a really important thing to keep in mind as we think about future climate change, recognizing that every little bit of warming matters, because the warmer the planet gets, the more widespread and pronounced these changes will be, both in average climate, but more importantly, probably in the climate and weather extremes, and will impact every aspect of life on Earth, everywhere from food and water to the viability of the species that share the planet with us, and so on. And also, this report also sounded an alarm, recognizing that we're not nearly on the path that we promised to be according to the Paris Agreement. And so that means that our choices matter, and really we need to act fast. And I know this is it can be, no matter how many times you see information like this, it can be really difficult to process. It can cause anxiety. It can definitely makes us feel not so good about the way the planet is going. So what helps me put this into perspective and think about the positives is that there's a lot of work going on. And I think this is where we can find hope, that through events like these, we see all the great work that's being done across the globe, and a lot of people are really passionate about this and really believe in the importance of this work. And I think this is where I find hope, in seeing examples of the progress that we're already making, albeit small for now, but they are inspirational changes that we're seeing. And I think with this climate action, there are usually the two sides of climate action that we're talking about. The mitigation piece is that one side that we're more familiar with. It's the action on reducing the GHG emissions to limit the future climate change, which means if you limit the future climate change, we will be able to avoid the really unmanageable consequences of climate change. But recognizing that, a certain degree of climate change is already locked in, regardless of how we do on emissions going forward. So recognizing that we need to start preparing for those now already unavoidable impacts of future climate change. And ideally, the goal would be to integrate the two streams of action together as much as possible. And one of those concepts that is trying to achieve that is called the low carbon resilient. And so thinking about resilience, really climate resilience here, I put up this definition that I kind of like, and it has two pieces to it. So it says that climate resilience is the ability of a system or a community to survive disruption, as well as to anticipate, adapt, and flourish in the face of change. So that surviving disruption talks about being able to anticipate, respond, and recover from more of those acute climate shocks, like floods, heat waves, or fires. And then the anticipation, adaptation, and flourishing talks about being able to adapting to climate stressors. So more of those slow onset climate changes that basically just as we observe our climate changing to something different. So these would include things like annual precipitation changes, generally warmer temperatures, and so on. So both of those two pieces to be addressed to achieve really this climate resilience goal. And I really like this graphic as well. This one shows a bit about the different components of community scale resilience and not just climate resilience, and how generally with the approaches that we're working on in the resilience world, we try to achieve as many of these goals at the same time. So this one shows, the graphic shows the different shocks, those are written in blue, and the different stresses that our communities are facing already. So it includes like climatic changes, like the sea level rise, or fires, or air pollution because of warming air, or urban heat islands, and so on, but also other things like public health emergencies, pandemic, what we just went through, disparities in education across the communities, economic insecurity, homelessness, food insecurity, housing affordability, generally inequality. So that to say that our communities are already facing a lot of shocks and stressors anyways, and adding those climatic shocks and stressors to it can really push the communities to the edge of where they're no longer able to respond to them efficiently. And so this is kind of where we step in on the climate adaptation process when we are approached by either institutions such as higher education, universities, or companies or communities. So for example, municipalities. Generally, for all of them, we go through the same process of climate adaptation. It consists of 4 major pieces. First, we want to understand which climate hazards that location is exposed to and at what magnitude. And then that helps us identify risks, climate hazards that for that location now and into the future with climate change, evaluating those risks, and based on those risks that we're most concerned about, so the highest risk, we then develop approaches and strategies to reduce those highest risks. I won't go through the details of the entire process today. The risk piece can be a bit more complex and also a bit dry, so I will skip that piece, but I'll talk a bit about the context here, as well as then highlight 2 examples of action. So when we try to understand the hazards, the climate hazards that a location is exposed to, we have the option of considering different future global temperature ranges, which are based on the different modeling based on the shared socioeconomic pathways, or what used to be RCPs. So these are based on assumptions, scenarios of what the future will be based on our global GHG emissions, and then based on that, developing global temperature projections. And in our work, we mostly use the worst case scenarios because it's prudent to prepare for the worst, even if it may not happen. Most likely it will eventually, we'll get to that point eventually. So the sooner we get getting ready for that, the better for everyone. And then we use these global climate change models, like what you see on the left side here, and then we don't do that. It's this different scientific groups that then do the downscaling piece. So they make these global models more locally relevant, and they do that through combining the global models with local on-the-ground information about, for example, precipitation and temperatures. And that way they can get really locally very relevant climate data for every location in North America, for example. And what that means for Canada, obviously Canada is a huge country, so it really does depend based on the area specifically, but generally these are the trends that we're seeing with climate change, looking at hotter and drier summers, more frequent and intense rainfall in winters specifically, and winters also becoming warmer, seeing sea level rise threats and increased risks of coastal flooding, generally more extreme events, both for rainfall as well as heat, reduced snowpack, and on the flip side, increasing drought in the summer, and then increased risk of wildfire, as well as then the impact of smoke, of wildfire smoke, which can spread quite wide across the region. And when we do this assessment for a location, we look at the range of climate hazards that the location is exposed to, a wide range of different indicators in these 4 categories. We're looking at meteorological, climatological, hydrological, and geophysical types of hazards, and assess the exposure to all of those for the location in question. And we assess the exposure based on the current situation, so kind of the baseline, compare that with mid-century, so 2050s, and then late century 2080s information to see how the exposure to these different climate hazards might change through time. And we do that through with a range of different information sources, like climate models are one piece, but then also sometimes we have to rely on different research papers. It really depends. Some of these climate hazards are very well understood in terms of how the changes are going to go. But for some of them, there's a bit more uncertainty. For example, wind is one of those climate hazards that the projections are a bit more tricky to get them right at this point. And when you have information about that exposure, that is one piece of this, the formula for how we get to then climate change vulnerability. So recognizing that not every single location is, or every piece of our system is vulnerable in the same way to climate change. So this is why we have to look at these three different components of climate change vulnerability before we do the risk assessment. And here we do this process for a range of different components. So one, we want to understand the vulnerability of people, vulnerability of assets. So for example, buildings, or even within the buildings, the different mechanical systems, the roads, and so on. And then the third piece is the services. So for example, if it's a university, whether or not the university would still be able to provide the services that for example, of teaching, libraries, different events, and things like that. And so for every component, then we looked at whether or not, or to what degree that component is in the way of the hazard. So whether or not it's exposed to that climate hazard. For example, is the building in a floodplain? Then the second piece here is sensitivity. And this is looking at the degree to which the component could be impacted by the hazard. So let's say if a heat wave was to happen, and if we're looking at the component here of being people, we know that different people at different stages of their lives are sensitive to heat in a different way. So for example, older adults don't have that, their bodies are not able to respond to heat that well, so they might be impacted a lot more than someone middle-aged person might. So the sensitivity here in this case of that person that is older is higher than of a younger healthy person to heat. And then the last piece of the equation here is adaptive capacity. And so this is the ability of that component to adjust to these changes, to cope with consequences, and to be able to bounce back. So here an example would be, if we go back to an example of an older person that might be susceptible to the impacts of extreme heat, if they have access to air conditioning, their adaptive capacity is higher. So that's why they are less vulnerable than someone with the same sensitivity who might not have access to air conditioning. And these two pieces of sensitivity and adaptive capacity are really important when we try to think about climate justice and equity, as well as diversity and inclusion in climate world. We recognize that more and more we're beginning to understand how the different marginalized and underserved communities bear a disproportionate burden of these different climate impacts. And that's for a variety of reasons. On one hand, they are more exposed to climate hazards because of how the legacies of environmental injustice and racial segregation and other causes. Some communities are housed in areas that might be more exposed to, let's say, a flood. They also might have a lower adaptive capacity because of historical lack of investment in their neighborhoods. They might be more sensitive because of health inequalities. Sometimes some communities might have lack of access to healthcare, and then combine that with other factors can really make them more sensitive. And then they are also more sensitive because, or their adaptive capacity is lower because they face barriers to being able to access supports. I promised to show you a couple of examples that I worked on before. So related here to equity is an example of heat resilience in Surrey, which is a big city of 600,000 inhabitants, very close to Vancouver in British Columbia. And we were looking at urban heat islands. So urban heat island is a phenomenon during where during very hot weather, the dense urban areas are a lot warmer than the greener, less dense suburban areas. So that comes from a variety of reasons, but mainly because there's more concrete and less greenery, which provides shade, but also through evapotranspiration cools the air. So in the first phase, what we did was we mapped the whole city based on temperature. So we equipped a couple of cars with thermometers and with GPS units and drove around the city to collect air temperature measurements 3 times during the day, and then map that to get this image of how the air temperature differs across the city at the same time. So this is a little bit different than doing a lot of times analysis like this are done based on satellite imagery, but satellite images look at the surface temperature, which is not where people are. People are a meter and a half above the surface. So this is a bit more accurate to show how people might be exposed to higher temperatures. And you can see that some areas are a lot hotter, that darker red, than the areas, for example, closer to the coast in blue. And so in the last phase, then they use this information around which areas of the city are the hottest. They combined it with information on social equity, so understanding different components of, for example, where a larger proportion of immigrants lives, where a larger proportion of people on lower income lives, and so on, and combine those indicators with that heat exposure, as well as the canopy coverage, so what portion of the area is covered by trees, and use that to identify areas to prioritize future planting of trees. So here, the darker red areas are where they are planning to plant more trees to provide more shade to help cool those areas where there's greater need for cooling. And then the other element or aspect of importance of including climate justice is understanding that these types of communities have historically been excluded from the processes, and it's important to be able to meaningfully involve them in planning and implementation of climate action and help us understand the unique ways they're being impacted and be involved early in the process of developing solutions. So here in this example, here as well in the same city with the city of Surrey, because it's a coastal city, and a large portion of the area, which is mostly agricultural land, is in a floodplain. Historically, it was flooded regularly, but now it's mostly protected by dikes or levees. However, with sea level rise, those are not going to be able to protect the land from sea level rise. So we embarked on a structured, values-based decision-making approach. So what that means is that we really sat down with a lot of different stakeholders, community members. We invited a whole bunch of people to the table to talk about what really matters to people, what needs to be protected, and use a more of a structured approach to develop, to kind of come up with the best solution, recognizing that there was no silver bullet and no solutions no solutions could be perfect. But we use that participatory approach, using multiple perspectives, as well as trying to get that local knowledge from the people who live in the community to help us develop the best way forward. And here on the right side, I didn't intend to include this for you to read everything that's there, but just wanted to show how many different types of community engagement approaches we use through this process strategy. Really a lot of different touch points, making sure we reached a wide community through that. And as a result of that work, we were able to start a more concrete project here in Mud Bay. So this is here on the image are salt marshes, which are a very important ecological system here on the coast. And they as well, they help protect us from high waves. They reduce the size of the waves, and that's why they help with coastal flooding. And they have historically been very important for the local First Nations, Indigenous nations. They use this area to gather food as well. But what happens with these types of coastal marshes in the future? So they are on the coast, but when we put in sea dikes or levees, we basically stop the salt marshes from being able to move upwards towards the land in case the sea level rises. So they get squished, or what we called a coastal squeeze. And in order to fight that, we developed a bit of a pilot to see salt marshes grow and expand with sea level rise. And this is work that we were working on with the local First Nation, Samyama First Nation, together, so that we can achieve the goals of the city to protect the city from coastal flooding, as well as the goals of the Indigenous nation, which was to be able to bring back some of those native plants and be able to fish for oysters in the future again, as they used to be able to. And just really quickly wrapping up, I know I was intending to leave a bit more time for discussion, but just to wrap up, a couple pieces for here for why we really think focusing on climate resilience can bring a lot of good. I know sometimes it's still seen as a nice to have thing and not necessarily as a core element of what organizations or communities do, but I believe it's really important, and especially for this first reason here on the slide is, I think, speaking about that equity piece, we need to identify and protect those people who are most vulnerable and most exposed to the climate impacts. But climate resilience can really help us achieve a lot of co-benefits and different organizational priorities and community needs if they're done properly. It can really benefit a lot of different needs. If it's done proactively, it can help save money and protect reputation of the organization in the long term, mostly because it will help improve business continuity and reduce disruptions in service if an extreme weather event was to happen and you're prepared for it. You know how to respond, you can bounce back and be providing your service quickly again, as opposed to if you don't expect what might happen. And then good climate resilience approaches also leave options open to either accelerate that action or manage it adaptively. There's still a bit of there's still some uncertainty in terms of how fast the climate change will happen. And so we do want to be able to be nimble and pivot if we have to. And last two pieces here, the understanding how climate resilience action can help us guide capital investments, as well as develop operational or policy approaches to be able to respond to different climate impacts. And the last piece from my experience, at least here for when I was working with the municipality, working on climate resilience, just because we know that it can help achieve a lot of different co-benefits and community needs, it tends to form lasting partnerships, which can be helpful for a variety of other initiatives and reasons for building community. And with that, I'm wrapping up my presentation, and we might have a minute or two for questions.
Hi, thank you so very much, Tiasha. I think we're quite right on time, so maybe, yeah, it's just turned 45, so we're going to go to Polona and we'll ask questions at the panel later, okay?
All right, sounds good. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiasha. That was another very informative presentation. And next we have Polona Hrovat Mavsar, and she's a development project manager at KNOF Circular LAB in Slovenia. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. How are you? It's quite funny when I just see names and no faces, but I hope we'll manage anyway. So I will just share my screen first. Okay. It's again the double screen problem, but okay. Now you see my screen, yeah?
We do.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, here we go. So I found today's assembly quite inspiring. Why? Because there are quite many experts that know a lot about this topic. And my presentation will be a little bit different. So it's about implementation in practice. What we are discussing today, it's a lot about sustainability development goals, ESG. These are all some kind of global trends that we are noticing lately. And what I'm noticing is that there is a lot of talk and a lot of theory, and everything is done on paper. Not everything, of course, but there is not enough of implementation. So what we are seeing lately is there is quite a big population growth. So there is more than 8 billion people already on the world. And as my previous colleagues mentioned, the population is growing each day. What's happening right now, that we are noticing that there is quite a big growth of waste also. And it's interesting, because if everybody's doing something on sustainability development goals, why are we still seeing this climate change? Why are we are still seeing the growth of waste, the production of waste? So this is like one funny picture. I stole it from this Ars Electronica Festival for Art. And it's a little bit disruptive for our thinking. Why? Because we can't go to a different world like Jeff or Ellen will maybe do. We need to build a better world with the resources that we have here. So you probably know more about evolution than I do. So evolution is the process by which species adapt over time in response to their changing environment. And I think that we need to evolve. We heard about evolution of ESG today, but are we evolving? Are we changing our mindset, our behavior? Or are we just too lazy for that? So lately I'm visiting different conferences, different events connected to sustainability, connected to ESG, to SDG, to different like sustainable finance and regulations and these kind of topics. And what I'm noticing is that there is still linear thinking, but we want to be circular. So what we are doing right now is just applying some kind of new models, new schemes, but with the same linear thinking. And I believe that we need to change something about this. Like one example is LCA analysis. You probably know more about it than I do. I'm not an expert on this topic. But as you know, like when you do LCA analysis, you need to have some kind of system boundary. And usually it's made from cradle to gate. So if you have like a factory or something, you just calculate your impact or like your CO2 emissions or something like this from the cradle, like when you get your materials into your factory to the gate, and then it stops. So where is our responsibility and where do we stand? This is like a funny picture maybe, but if we'll think about economy in the future or in the world, about the world in the future, we need to stop thinking in this linear way that we are like silos or individuals. We need to connect into some kind of network to think out of our boundary. And now a little bit, maybe a provocation. You can see electrical car here. And let's think about our focus. Are you focusing on trends, global trends, or to earn money? Or do we want to make some kind of change, like a real change, because it needs to be done? Like we heard before, like this previous topic was really interesting for me and quite like some kind of reality check, yeah, because we need to adapt to the changes that are happening. And we won't be able to do this if we think in a linear way. So one example, I was in Norway, I think a month ago, I'm not sure anymore. And we were discussing the municipality in Norway about energy. They said that they consume a lot of energy and they need to have a lot of resources, sustainable resources for energy production. And then I asked them why? Why do you need so much energy? And they told me because we have electrical cars, because we have smart houses, because we want to have everything digitalized, which I'm not against. But in which direction are we going to? Because if we'll just use more and more so we can live more comfortably, I don't think this is the solution, or maybe. So where is our boundary? We will just follow the money and global trends, or will we set up like holistical goals, including actions on what needs to be done? So for example, we know that lately we talk a lot about like electrical cars, about solar panels, about like energy efficiency, about digitalization. And I'm wondering, why are we thinking so narrowly? Like these are some kind of mega trends. But if we want to change how we act in the future, we'll need to step out of our comfort zone. So there is no instant solution in my opinion. If we want to make a real impact, we must count ourselves accountable and start working outside of these boundaries. Like we need to do the hard work, be innovative and collaborate outside of the bubble, because if we work just in our niche, in our expertise, then the impact can't be so big. And if we collaborate out of our bubble, like NGOs, municipalities, institutes, companies, research institutes, then we can make a much bigger impact. And I also think that we need to be quite more ambitious. Because, sorry, I'm switching. Why ambitious? Because if you think just about responsibility out, like inside our zone, then this is not really circularity, don't you think? We need to think out of our comfort zone, then we'll make changes happen. So, wasted opportunities, a little pun maybe. I think that the economy will need to evolve, or will evolve and transform, because this is the nature of like humanity also. And if it won't transform, then it will collapse, and with the world as we know it. So welcome to the planet B, like we said before. And now on the implementation side, our enterprise KNOF is developing solutions for preventing or reducing generation of waste. And we are actually not so much on a theoretical side. We don't write strategies. We don't work with policy so much. We work also with policy, but not so much. But we try to help companies, municipalities, communities to implement their sustainable strategies. We are the second registered social enterprise in Slovenia. We are a private institution with 15 years or more of tradition, and currently employing 18 people, and 40% of them are people with disabilities, some kind of disabilities. We have 5 reuse boutiques and now a new concept store in Ljubljana, which is actually quite interesting because it's focused on redesign clothing, on vintage clothing, and also on recycled products. And we are developing the biggest circular laboratory in Slovenia. So my previous colleague mentioned social in ESG. Yeah, I think that we're not talking about social impact enough. So our enterprise is a social enterprise with values of inclusion. So in our work processes, we are including different vulnerable target groups, like probation. I don't know if you heard about this, probation. Then we have disabled people, Roma people, and long-term unemployed, which can be quite challenging. Why? Because if you have a classical company that employs people for their goal, they employ usually like quite competent people that know what they're doing. They employ experts. What we are doing is including people from different backgrounds with disabilities. So their performance can't be 100% as it is from classical employees. That's why they need mentors. But I think this is a really important thing to include also in our economy. We need to incorporate all the different communities. So challenges and what we want and what we need. We need to think what we want versus what we need. These are some of our projects. Some of them failed. Some of them were quite successful. Some zero waste projects, some new business model projects like this Boha box. We also developed like a color for renovation of furniture, textile covers for notebooks. So these are some of our projects. And this is the place where our circular laboratory started. It's based in Krško, and it's on 3,000 square meters in an old shopping mall. So it quite fits, you know, because I think this shopping mall was built in the 60s, and this is how it looked before we moved in. On these 3,000 square meters, we have a community. Our community, it's like administration of sorts. Then we have a reuse boutique, reuse salon, carpentry workshop, sewing workshop, and also Fab Lab, and a small plastic recycling laboratory. And of course, co-working. It needs to be a co-working, so it's not so boring. So what our goal is, maybe this is like a little bit of paradox, you see waste, we see vision, but I will give you one example. Like I mentioned before about this system boundary, about responsibility. Like we have one project with municipality Novo Mesto and other partners, and where we want to develop circular public procurement for local material loops. And we have this campaign for gathering local waste streams, but we focused on batteries and on plastic. And we said, okay, let's make these boxes and we'll put them in each public institution in the municipality where we will gather these secondary materials. And you know what happened? The person that was like, that should order these boxes, just order them, new boxes that will be made in some kind of carpentry workshop. And then we asked ourselves, okay, what are we doing? Why are we ordering new materials? And we have so much secondary materials that can be also used. And it was so hard for everybody. Oh, but we need to cut them in a different way. Oh, but they're not all of the same color. So how we will combine it? And this is like a really small challenge if we compare it to challenges that are big factories facing. And with persistence, we made this small challenge successful. because I think that we need to, in Slovenia, we say pometimo pred svojim pragom, like Slovenian people will understand me. We need to start at our doorstep. If we won't make a difference in our at our doorstep, then we won't make any difference. So this was the new product from secondary materials. It was actually like a technological waste from one company that produces furniture. So like a small example, micro example of how it can be done, but you need to be persistent. I needed to do like 10 phone calls just to have these boxes from secondary materials. So what we are also doing, I don't know if you know that on average, one person generates 11 kilos of textile waste. And I think this is just clothing. And this textile waste is usually collected in European countries through different collection companies. And what's happening with this waste is that it goes to different, usually African countries, where they pick up the good stuff, but because there is like a really low quality of materials lately, usually these clothes are left on these big piles of trash because they don't have the same like waste procedures than we do. So this is our solution. This is one of our boutiques in Novo Mesto. We are focusing on boutiques that are comfortable for people, that are nice, that they look good, because we know that our competition is actually classical fashion industry and classical stores like Zara, like H&M. And we want that people, customers that come to our stores feel comfortable. And the focus is on feeling comfortable, on style, on beauty. Because there is still this stigma that if you wear, I don't know how it is in other countries, but I believe that there is still this stigma that secondhand is for poor people. And we want to tell everybody that if you go to secondhand, you go because you know how to combine stuff, you know how to style it, you have good taste, and you want to make a better impact, a bigger impact. I want to talk about this reuse system. But what's interesting is that on average, we gather in one boutique around 1 ton of clothing each month through donations. We have donations, like local people bring us their clothing. And this is around 1 ton per month. And 40% or like 30 to 40% of this clothing is still good for reuse. And other clothing, we need to do something with them. And now we are like cutting them for like industry, and we are developing different solutions for recycled material, recycled textile. We don't have some kind of high-tech chemical recycling system, but we are developing solutions for the other part of the textile that at this point goes to waste. And I don't know if you know, but only 1% of clothing that is recycled in the world. So from all the clothing that we are gathering, only 1% is recycled. So we are focusing on proximity economy, on a sustainable business model. It should be a market business model, and also we have one standard where we are developing the criteria how to categorize, how to work with reused clothes, and what to do with the clothing that it's not suitable for reuse or repair. Like I said before, we think that design is really important, because even if you are really sustainable, nobody will wear ugly clothing, and nobody wants to be ugly, or, you know. And this is our third core focus in our company. It's wood. This is bulk waste, as you can see it on the picture. And from the waste, bulk waste, we are doing this. It's reuse of furniture, and with reuse of furniture, we lower the carbon footprint for 82%. And I think this was the number for 2021. We gathered 1,170 pieces of furniture. And I think we were quite successful. And these last 2 years, we were even more successful. And we believe that with collecting and selling reused furniture and reused clothing, we are also saving our cultural, our industrial heritage and design. Here are some examples of the brands that are that don't exist anymore in Slovenia or in Yugoslavia, but you can still get them in an old items, in secondhand shops, in reuse boutiques. And this year, or maybe no, last year already, we started to focus on plastic also. Now, not so much on municipal waste, but more on industrial waste or secondary materials. And we are developing solutions for plastic recycling. And also here we are focusing on proximity economy. Like one professor, Dr. Petar Varbano, I don't know how to spell his name actually, sorry, professor. He said that if you bring plastic waste more than 50 kilometers out of the source, then it's not really economically or environmentally like profitable. So we are focusing on like closing local material loops. And I don't know if you see on this picture, but this lamp was made from the top, is made from an old chandelier that was just this one bulb was left. And this bottom is made from recycled plastic. So it can be a really nice addition to an apartment, even if it's like from secondary materials or reused items. We are developing different circular solutions in practice, also pilot testing and small production of innovative products, focused on textile waste, furniture, and plastic, like I said before. We have some small, really small boutique machines, but we are doing what we can with our resources. This is one example of implementation of sustainable strategies. As you can see, this was like Valentine's Day festival in Ljubljana. And they contacted us actually because they wanted to have a little bit different decoration for this year. And they wanted to have some kind of recycled materials or more sustainable decoration. And in practice, we couldn't produce so many like recycled decorations, but we agreed on a win-win situation. We made for them, I think, 300 or so these small birds that you can see and hearts from recycled plastic that we actually gathered in the local environment. And we printed them, and for other part, they made it by themselves from not so much sustainable waste. And also this decoration, we will gather after it will break, or we can repair it, and we'll gather it back and we can recycle it again. So these are some other products that we are developing. You can see these birds on the right, some like lamps also from recycled plastics and coasters. And this is all locally sourced plastic. And the other waste stream is wood or composite wood. And last year, we actually made this modular wall from particle board, from used particle board. This that you can see on this picture, it's old from old wardrobes. So that I won't be too long. I just want to say that I think design is everything, or it's really important, because like I said before, we all want to have nice stuff in our apartment. It's quite challenging, but we are tackling it. Like waste design is quite challenging because of the composites, mixtures, not uniform materials, also disassembly and irregular supply of materials. But that's why the innovation is really important, and creative thinking and agility. So to finish up, I believe that we need to transform the way we live. And we need to go out of our comfort zone, out of our boundary, and collaborate to make a system change and behavior change. And that's it from me. So,
okay.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you so very much for yet another interesting presentation. We've got a couple of minutes left, so would you be up for a couple of perhaps questions?
Yes, I love questions.
All right, awesome. So this was interesting, especially when we were talking about recycling and thinking about perhaps not for us as a consumers of certain products to not buy things all new, but to embrace things that are perhaps secondhand. And I was wondering, how could we perhaps change consumer behavior to maybe prioritize sustainability and the circular economy? Do you have any thoughts on that, perhaps?
Yeah, like behavior change, it's quite hard. But I think Miss Anna said at the beginning of the conference, or somebody else, I'm not sure, or maybe Sarah, that we are quite in a press now, yeah? Like from bottom up and top down approach. We have some new regulations, and at the same time, we are facing global trends connected to sustainability. And I think this is the best solution to push people, companies, communities through some kind of regulations, and also at the same time through trends. When people will see that to be sustainable, it's a trend, even people that are not so conscious or aware, then they will make changes in their life. Maybe not perfect changes, like we don't need to be perfect when changing behavior, but just we just need to do some first steps. And then when we'll reach this critical point, something will start to happen. If I have another minute, I can explain about another concept that we are developing in our enterprise. And it's actually like secondhand, it's currently a niche. Yeah, do you agree? And if you want to buy secondhand clothing or secondhand furniture, you need to go to a special store for this. What we want to do is to collaborate with shopping malls, collaborate with stores that will start to have like products from like secondhand products, recycled products, and this kind of products in their stores. So when you will need to choose from one T-shirt that it's violet and the other one that it's also violet, and one it's secondhand, the other is not. It's like similar price, or maybe the secondhand it's a little bit cheaper or not. In the same room, then we'll make an impact. But when you need to go to other store on the other side of the city, just so you'll buy this T-shirt in a secondhand store, there is some kind of stigma connected to it. And I think we can make a bigger impact with this kind of mentality and behavior also.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so very much. And now we're bang on time, so we have our last speaker for today.
Again, Polona, just wanted to apologize for mispronouncing your surname earlier. I see S in surname. I automatically think it's a sh, so.
No problem. I can be Simona also.
Okay. Yeah. As Yura mentioned, you have our last speaker before the break, Maja Vanmierlo. She's the head of impact and digital learning architect in responsible tourism, G-Guides in Belgium. And I'm looking forward to hear something about sustainable tourism. Thank you.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so very much. I will share my screen with you. And yes, being a last speaker of the day, I think it's appropriate that the last topic is the tourism topic. Maybe you are already thinking about your short weekend away or a little trip in the summer. So I think this is the topic that we can tackle as the last one. So my presentation would be focused on how tourist guides can actually be key accelerators of sustainable tourism, because this is what we do for the last 13 years already. GGuides was established in 2010 by me and Tina Hudnik. We are still the two co-founders, and we are still working passionately in advising and assisting organizations, individuals, on businesses on their way to more sustainable and responsible tourism. So we do everything from conducting sustainability assessments, providing trainings and education. I think this is our core business, especially last couple of years. This has really been something that we are expanding as well. With the online revolution, we are able to reach more people, and we are very happy about this. But we also identify and recommend sustainable travel options, solutions, also for businesses, individuals. But also the last part is also, of course, monitoring and evaluating the effectiveness of what we do. And that would be my part, have impact. This is what it is, because at the end of the day, what we want to do is have an impact, and we would hope for being able to measure this impact as well. For today, we do have a short half an hour. I think this is also always a challenge. How do you put everything in half an hour? That's why I will try to narrow it down. But I would like to say first a little bit, what is sustainable tourism? Because you will find as many definitions as there are books and articles on this topic. So we will just say a little bit, what is sustainable tourism, and what are the main challenges in sustainable tourism at this point in time? And why is sustainable traveling not mainstream just yet? You would think there is, because we are talking about this for many, many years, even the decades, but we are not just there yet. And then the last part, how tourist guides can really be a helpful tool, how they can be accelerators of sustainable tourism, and what you can do to contribute to sustainable revolution when you travel, because I know you travel, I know you will go somewhere. So what are the small things that you can implement right here, right now? So this is the plan of the day. So I would say we take it away right here, right now. I just put out those three terms that I think in the last couple of years, I see they are used very much interchangeable, like ecotourism, sustainable tourism, responsible travel. And at the end of the day, nobody really knows what exactly this would be. And ecotourism, this is something that doesn't really equal sustainable tourism. It doesn't have to be. Ecotourism is just a small niche segment of tourism in natural areas. So ecotourism, mostly it is focused on being sustainable, but it doesn't have this as a priority. It doesn't mean that the moment you are on eco-lodge that you are already traveling sustainable. And we see this a lot, that we have eco-lodges all over the world, especially in the southern part of the world. Let's say there are a lot of eco-lodges, but they are far from being sustainable, just because they have the name ecotourism. So that's what I just wanted to point out. And then we have sustainable tourism and responsible travel. What is this exactly? Well, sustainable tourism doesn't really refer to a specific type of tourism. It's not like, all right, now from today onwards, now I was a backpacker, from tomorrow onwards, I'm a sustainable tourist. It doesn't really work like this. It's specific. It's more for now still aspiration for the impacts of all forms of tourism to be sustainable for generations to come. This is what we really have in mind when we are talking about sustainable tourism. And then we have responsible travel. Also, sustainable tourism, responsible travel, this is also very much being connected, but the responsible travel refers more to the behavior and style of individual travelers. So when you travel, you are a responsible traveler when you try to implement sustainable tourism practices. So in this direction, maybe for those of you who will start reading more about it, you will see it gets confusing pretty fast. That's why we just want to put this at the beginning. So at the end, what is then sustainable and responsible tourism? As mentioned before, there are so many definitions out there. Don't get lost in all of those. I would just say if we stick to this one, I like the one from the United Nations World Tourism Organization, because it says, it follows the general guidelines that you take the full account of its current and future economic, social, and environmental impacts. But the second part is even more important. It's addressing the needs of visitors, industry, environment, and host communities. And I think very, very often we are too much focused on environmental impacts. Don't get me wrong, they are obviously very, very important and we need to take them into consideration, but it's so much more. Sustainable tourism and responsible travel is so much more than only minimizing your environmental impact. It's also taking into consideration local communities, having visitors in mind, and those two are mostly forgotten, left behind. But this is the very important part, because those are people's lives. Those are local communities. There are countries in the world that depend like 90 or even more than 90% solely on tourism. So this is why we need to take this into consideration as well when we are talking about sustainable tourism. So only minimizing environmental impact is by far not enough. And that's what I really want to point out here. Now, to understand the impact, I have here the figures of 2019. You would say that this is old, but as you all know, for travel industry, something very important happened in between. And that's why I took the numbers from 2019, how much of an impact tourism industry has. This is from World Travel and Tourism Council. And for me, it's a very good representation how big of an industry tourism is if we say that 1 in 10 jobs, so 10% of all the jobs in the world was in tourism. And if we take it even further, 1 in 5 new jobs created in the last 5 years. So let's say in the last 5 years of, so let's say from 2015 to 2019 or 2014 to 2019, 1 in 5 years, this is 20% of all the new jobs created were in tourism industry. So now you have a little bit of an idea how important this industry is. It is, at the end of the day, it is the 3rd largest industry in the world. And it's again getting there. After the pandemics, we thought it will take much longer to get back to where we were in 2019. This is always like a reference point in tourism industry. What was 2019 and where we are compared to that. And I tell you that we are in some areas of the world, we are already getting the numbers of tourists, visitors being bigger than pre-pandemics. So we are very fast getting back to where we were. I will not say back to normal, because this doesn't mean it was normal before where we were. And with this impact, yes, we do have negative impacts of tourism. As I said, 3rd largest industry in the world. It does have negative impact like any other industry. Maybe I should put the overcrowding to the first place, because this is really the cause of the other issues as well. Because the travel and tourism industry, when people travel to the other parts of the world, if there are a couple of people, this doesn't make a huge negative impact. But if we get to overcrowding, then you get the consequences. Then you damage the natural environment because you need to build the hotels and maybe you need to build them fast. Maybe people want to have more of an economic outcome, let's say, than it's normal. So it goes faster. You know how it works. Then you have the housing that is all of a sudden no longer affordable for local people. You have all these platforms, everything is rented out for the short-term rentals, and nothing is left anymore for people. An invasion of the backspace, maybe, that's also an issue. So tourists, they go to places where locals stay, and locals, they move away. And this is all restaurants, bars, shops, local markets, that local people, then they need to go somewhere else. So those are some of the negative impacts, but I just want to say, no tourism is not a solution. You would say, all right, then we all stop traveling. First of all, how do we do this? It's not that easy. And second of all, it is not a solution, because it does have a lot of positive impacts as well. We saw job creation, absolutely 1 in 5 new created jobs, 20% new created jobs were in tourism in 2019. That's amazing. But also, due to tourism, a lot of areas in the world, they go to wildlife preservation or cultural heritage preservation. This is very, very important. A lot of cultural practices would be long gone. They would disappear from this world if it would not be for the tourism that they would still be going on. Also, like wildlife, I mentioned landscape restoration, but also things like infrastructure. A lot of remote places, they don't have any infrastructure, and due to tourism, they build infrastructure and it can be used by the local people as well. So this is definitely a positive impact. And not to mention improved income potential and opportunities, employment opportunities for diverse groups. Many groups that they would not have access to any other employment, they find employment in tourism, and they find a good employment in tourism. And this is definitely something to cherish and to support. And that's what we try to do. So main idea, I mean, it's very simple. With sustainable tourism, we want to maximize the positive impacts and minimize the negative. I put this in here because it is no brainer. I mean, yes, you want to maximize positive impacts and minimize negative. Yes, but the thing is that many times I hear, well, then we just don't go there anymore. If you don't travel anymore, you also don't have all the positive impacts. And that is, as I mentioned, a lot of lives, a lot of families, livelihoods, they depend on this tourism. And also here it is to mention that at this point in time in humankind, the best tool for redistribution of wealth from wealthy countries or societies to not so wealthy countries is tourism. This is one of the tools we have to redistribute this wealth in a natural way where everybody gets something out of it. And I think this is what we need to keep on going and just find out how we maximize those positive impacts and minimize the negative ones. Now, what we do already have in place, I mean, we do have many things. We do know how to do it. We do have United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We have Global Sustainable Tourism Council with very detailed criteria about sustainable tourism. We have European Green Deal. We do have as well Global Code of Ethics in Tourism. And on top of this, numerous certification programs are independent for hotels, for destinations, for transportation, for every single thing. You can get a certification that you are sustainable. So you think, well, we have everything. We nailed it, right? We know how to do it. Well, we do. It's all written there. So the question is everyone already traveling sustainable? Because if we have all this knowledge, many papers have been written, many policies we have, well, everybody's already doing it, right? No, by far not at all. So what is the challenge? This is the question. So if we have all this knowledge, we have the policy, so basically we know how to do it, yet we are by far not there yet. What is then the challenge? What's the problem? That's the question that keeps me awake already for many, many years. And that was also the question that Booking.com wanted to know in 2019. Again, the reference point. So, you know, the question was, do we even want to travel more sustainable? Because this is the first part, it's the motivation. Do we even want this? And as a surprise, 87% of travelers, they want to be more sustainable, but on the other hand, only 39% of them manage to keep it sustainable, and 43 rarely manage to travel sustainably. So we have this gap, a big wish. I mean, almost 90% of people, they want to travel more sustainable. This is amazing. This is fantastic. So I think from this point, you say, all right, we have this basic motivation. They want to do it, or we want to do it. This is what we need. Now, what is then the obstacle? So we have the knowledge, we have all these policies, we have people who are motivated, who want to travel more sustainable, yet they don't do it. What is the obstacle? And that was the second question they asked. What are the obstacles for sustainable tourism? Well, they said they can't afford the costs. Around one third of people, they said lack of information. I was amazed by that. I mean, lack of information these days and time with internet revolution, but 1/3 of people, they don't know how to do it. Then they say time consuming. That one was also eye-opener for me, because if you say it's time consuming, this means you only have in mind, well, instead of by plane, I need to reach my destination by train. This takes more time. But as I said, sustainable travel is so much more than taking train instead of a plane. Sustainable travel doesn't have to be time consuming. This cannot be 1/5, 20% of people only seeing this as an obstacle. And then you have lack of sustainable destinations and lack of luxury. Lack of luxury. I was amazed that 20% of people see it as a lack of luxury. Now, this keeps me thinking, what is the luxury then? Is the travel and tourism as we knew it, I would say, but we see it also now as well. I'm just now at one of the most crowded destinations in Lake Como, Italy. You cannot imagine how many people we have here. Is this a luxury? So with all these obstacles that we have, that's why you get into the situation where people dream of having their holidays like this. You know, I will be there, only me in a picture perfect beach. I will just be enjoying my life, but they end up here. And the second one as well, being a luxury, I mean, they dream about gondola passing by, sipping a glass of Prosecco with a lovely pasta made by chef himself. And yet 95% of the travelers in Venice, they end up like this. Is this a luxury, is my question. Is this what we want? Is this what we want? Is this the luxury we want? No, nobody wants this. Absolutely nobody. It's not good for people are not happy, like visitors are not happy, local communities are not happy. Industry doesn't have anything from this, and environment is suffering from overcrowded destinations. So nobody wants this. Now, what is the solution? I mean, keeping in mind all these obstacles that people mention, the solution then is, if they can't afford the cost, they need advice about cheaper and more meaningful experiences. They need to be provided information on the spot, because they say 1/3 of the 1/3 of travelers, they say they need information, they lack information. So we need to provide this. And if they say it's time consuming, let's brief them how to save time. How is the best way from A to B? And then how to contribute to more sustainable destinations if they think there are not enough. And redefine luxury. What is luxury? Is too crowded destination, is this a luxury? Now, the question is, so we have these obstacles, we have these solutions. Who can do this? Who can do this? Who can provide these solutions? The answer is tourist guides. One of the most underrated or overlooked professions and marketing tools, I would say. My background is also in marketing. So this is one of the most overlooked professions that have enormous power on influencing behavior of tourists on the destination, yet we don't put enough stress on this. So tourist guides are the one who can do it. Now, how can this be a solution? You know, the Confucius already said, if I just hear it somewhere, yes, we need to travel more sustainable, well, never mind. If I see it, I might remember, but if I do it, I will understand. And this is exactly what tourist guides can do. They can make people understand why they need to redefine the luxury, why they need to travel in more sustainable way, and how they can do it. So we need to go in tourism from sightseeing only to life experiencing. And this is the shift we need to do. Like, how are we going to do it? Well, we need to redefine the role of a tourist guide. Like, we need to move away from tourist guide being a crazy history teacher, just, you know, going on and on and on about the history, and nobody cares. We need to redefine this role. We need tourist guide, need to be a sustainability communicator, need to be local host, cultural ambassador, promoter of local products, storyteller, a source of knowledge, and PR representative if you want. This is what they need to be. This is what we are trying to do. And not all tourist guides yet are aware of the enormous communication power they have while they're conducting their job. And this is exactly what we want to do with redefining the training for the tourist guides. And that's what we were proud to be invited to the United Nations in Geneva as well in 2019 to present our training curriculum. So what is next? Well, we need to train those tourist guides to be sustainability communicators, culture ambassadors, and local economic development accelerators. And this is what keeps us busy. This is what keeps me and Tina awake during the night, finding the solutions how to do this. And we are still passionate about doing this. And this is more or less the training curriculum about sustainability. There's more to it, but I just took out the sustainability part. We based our training on three sustainability pillars: sociocultural, economic, and environmental, and we added communicating sustainability, because we figured out this is the challenging part. How do you communicate sustainability? How you get this message across that people understand? And how do you avoid, I have it as a last, as a communicating sustainability, how do you avoid the negative connotation of sustainability? Because don't forget, people say it's a lack of luxury. So we still have in mind, well, if I want to travel sustainability, I need to give up luxury. It's not true. We need to avoid this. This needs to go away. And we train tourist guides to do so. And they are really, when they have this shift in their heads, yes, this is my role. This is what I need to do. This is what I'm doing. And when you see those tourist guides being out there performing the job, and when you see those happy tourists, when they get the information they want, they are happy. And this is the reward for our work, actually. This is what we want to do. So we presented this also in 2019 in Geneva in United Nations at the annual conference for sustainable tourism as being one of the contributors to the Sustainable Development Goals, because this training is based on the Sustainable Development Goals. And we do have, from 2020, we do have also the Code of Conduct for Tourist Guides, which is based on Sustainable Development Goals. And by taking our trainings, all of the tourist guides, they also are signing with the name, they are signing with the certificates where they are taking the pledge of personal commitment to deliver transformational impact in tourism and United Nations Sustainable Development Goals with responsible and sustainable tourist guiding. And they sign this paper, and they do their best to contribute to 17 Sustainable Development Goals through their work. Now, since 2018, that was a brilliant idea of Tina Hudnik, 2018, we figured out that, there's an award for everything in sustainable and responsible tourism. You can get a reward for being the best hotel, most sustainable destination, most sustainable transportation, most sustainable everything, restaurants. So we said, all right, but the tourist guides, which award do they get? Where they can apply for this award? Because we wanted to, refer some tourist guides. And we figured out there is no award. So on this beautiful day, Tina said, well, if there is no award, we need to be the one doing this. Tourist guides, they need this. They need to be recognized for their work that they are doing in responsible tourism. So from 2018, we are giving out the Green Microphone Award, Voice of Responsible Tourism. And in 2021, it went to Scotland. Congratulations to Joe and Mike from Scotland. They were awarded the Voice of Responsible Tourism Green Microphone Award. And then the last part, what you can do to contribute to sustainable tourism revolution. I do hope you are inspired to jump on this train and to contribute your little part. It's not a lot that we all need to do, but we need to start doing it. And the tourist guides are definitely a source of information. Now, next time you travel, you can definitely try to talk to locals. Don't just be online, because the problem of online searching, yes, you search information online, but the problem is when you have this hidden gem that nobody knows about it, 3,000 other people who search the same thing on the same destination, they will go to the very same place. And it's even getting worse. Now we already see the results of artificial intelligence being implemented, namely the ChatGPT, already being implemented in this, they all get the same. So what is the hidden gem in Lake Como? And they all get the very same results. So they all flock there. So it's no longer hidden gem. Neither is like secluded place. Then you get from the picture on the secluded beach to overcrowded beach. This is what you get. So talk to locals, ask them, approach locals, and make sure your money stays locally. This is also very important. Is the business where you go for lunch, where you go to buy souvenirs, is it locally owned, or is it just like money leakage? Contribute somehow to the local community, take some projects, do like locals do, that's the no-brainer as well, and take alternative guided tours. There are many, many guided tours that will actually take you to places that the normal guided tours will not. And this is also your chance to talk to the local guide. And the local guide will tell you, go there, eat there. This is the local souvenir. Those are the local stories. And this is what we are all looking for. I mean, everybody's talking about inspiring storytelling, but what is this? Well, what we are all looking for when we go and travel around the world, we are looking for inspiring stories where we can, find our little place in this planet, where we can have like-minded people. And by talking to local guides, you will be directed there. So you will no longer be lacking information. Take a look, explore your transportation options. So to, minimize your environmental impact, maybe eat at a restaurant run by people with special needs, things like this, think in this direction. If there's one message from my presentation, I would say, think further than I should not be flying. Take it further, take it one step further. It's not that if you don't fly, that you make a positive impact. You don't. Your wealth, that you go to places where your wealth is needed and you make your contribution there, where you will contribute with your wealth to the families in need. I mean, this is something we need to do. And the most important thing, don't forget to have fun, travel the world, create meaningful connections with people on the destination, be in search of real, authentic experiences, and think further than only consulting the artificial intelligence. And this world will be a better place to live and better place to visit. So thank you very much, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you so very much, Maja. I think it's always a joy to see someone as passionate as yourself talking about pertinent topics like this. It is actually quite interesting. I'm personally was thinking about the roles of technology as you were talking about artificial intelligence and ChatGPT. Now, being here in Edinburgh on such a lovely sunny day, what a lot of people do, I'm not saying I'm going to do it, but it's hop on a bus and put in the audio tour guide, and it just drives me around and tells me everything what is on my left and on my right hand side. Now, obviously, I would do the world and myself a bit of better if I would take a walk myself. But thinking about technologies, artificial intelligence, or just consulting a old style local paper booklet. What do you think? What's kind of like the role technology is going to play in the future when it comes to sustainable tourism?
Oh, that's a fantastic question. Thank you so very much. But you opened the field that I'm really, really passionate about it. And you say future is here, future is now. Technology already has enormous impact on the travel and tourism industry. And I will tell you just an example. I was talking about pandemics and how pandemics actually had a very, very big impact on tourism industry because people were no longer able to travel. So it all stopped. And a lot of countries, people, livelihoods were actually taken away overnight. And that was really, really disaster. And how technology did help, and we were a great part of this technology revolution, I would say, because we soon realized that there's so many people that we work with in the last 15 years, that they don't no longer can provide for their families. So we said, we need to do something about this. So what we said, we said, all right, let's go into virtual tours. So we started with the virtual tours, and what we realized overnight, actually, that people jumped on this. They loved virtual tours, and also tour guides. They loved to do virtual tours because this was a source of income, but also it's not only a virtual tour of a sightseeing. Again, we need to think further. We were able to visit the local supplier, local provider, souvenir shop, like the craft people, and we sold these things online because that was still possible. So tourist guides, they were walking around with their equipment, still sharing the cultural insight, still talking to the local producers of a local craft and selling those souvenirs online to people on the other side of the world. And this actually saved so many people. And we trained people in 72 countries to do so. And also a lot of businesses, local businesses that are dependent on tourism sales, they actually survived due to this technological revolution. And I think we see still today that people still are already traveling back, but they still do virtual tours. They are still there. And this is also, on the other hand, a way to get in touch with the local people, with the local guide before you actually travel. And then you already have this meaningful connection. And then you already have the source of insight, of information. And you say, all right, where can I go? Where can I eat? Which hotel is locally owned? Which restaurant should I eat to get the best pasta in the world? And this is the technology. This is the technology revolution that we see having enormously positive impact. Not to mention that if you travel only virtually, you have zero environmental impact.
Okay, thank you again, Maja, for this. I think we all deserve a break. It's been a very busy day today, so I encourage everybody to stretch your legs, grab a coffee. I'm definitely going to get myself a coffee, and then join us here in 30 minutes for round 3 of today's assembly. Thank you. And we're live again. Thank you so very much for everybody who endured until the very last part of our event today in Edinburgh on the topic of sustainability and ESG. Welcome to the roundtable. We're hosting all our speakers today. We're going to be asking them some of the questions. Please do try to make the effort to make this session as interactive as possible. So if you have any questions, you can address them to the speakers directly. Otherwise, we'll be collecting your questions on Slido as well as on chat if that's what you prefer. So hello again. I think it was a very great day. Thank you for participating. And why don't we kick it off? We got 45 minutes, so I'm just going to start. And why not with the person who made it here in person? Clara, so you spoke today on a very interesting topic about the importance of sustainable finance. So I was thinking, how can investors and financial institutions effectively evaluate and integrate ESG practices?
So if I start first with the evaluation, I would say that it's very important for financial institutions and investors to know and to educate themselves about sustainability, about which ESG risks are the most financially for them, and also to have a good awareness of with what kind of companies are they working and what kind of risk in terms of sustainability they have, and not only look at the ratings, ESG scores, but also have their own in-house expertise to evaluate these risks.
Interesting. So in case anybody wants to provide their own views, of course, by all means, just ask. Okay, Polona, moving on to you. You also spoke to quite an interesting topic, and there were a couple of questions coming in, and one of them is, how can companies transition from a linear economy to a circular economy in a cost-effective way?
Yes, thank you, Jure. So in a cost-effective way, I will give you one maybe crazy, stupid, simple example. Like the other day, I was talking with one of my colleagues from one project, and she mentioned how her grandma, she didn't have a lot of money, yeah? So, and she had this old coat that was quite destroyed on the outside. And you know what she did? She disassembled the coat, turned it around, and sew it together again. And everybody said, oh my God, it's so beautiful. And it didn't cost her a lot. So what I'm noticing is that a lot of companies are quite circular already. And they are so circular because it's cost effective, because it is the first stage, because circular economy is cost effective. And on the other side, I think that we need to think about long-term goals, because not everything that is cheap right now will be cheap in the future. I mean, we need to think about the total cost of ownership, you know, probably this term. And not everything that is cheap is the cheapest. Like, now I'm totally babbling, but okay. You know what I mean, yeah? So definitely circular economy is cheaper solution. And I don't think that this is the problem. But we need to think in a more strategic long-term way.
Yeah, I actually want to add something to this. It's an interesting story. So I lived in Kenya in the past, and in Kenya and many African countries, they've actually banned single-use plastic some years ago. And it kind of relates to what you're saying. Like, you know, a lot of people say, okay, but plastics bags are cheap and they're readily available, but if you want to buy something permanent, it has a cost. And when I was in Kenya, I was fascinated because they came up with this concept of bags made of cellulose, which didn't exist before. And they were very cheap, basically just for a few cents, they were available. And yeah, it's like when there's a need and when something is produced at scale, the cost comes down and it becomes affordable, it becomes readily available for everybody. And I think it's the same with circular economy. Like there are some systems, like something is considered a waste at the moment and it's not being reused at scale. So reusing it or recycling it has a high cost, and it's an issue for doing it. But once you make it into a system and you do it at scale, the cost comes down and it becomes ordinary, basically commonplace.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe another example, like we are cooperating with two quite big companies. And why did they start to think about energy efficiency and about how to use secondary materials? Because energy efficiency, it's like if you use a lot of energy, it can be quite expensive, especially these days. So they went to more sustainable energy resources. They went to lower the energy consumption. And on the other side, they started to think about what to do with these secondary materials, like with these technological ways that they are producing. And now these companies are actually selling these secondary materials, and they are also gaining more profit from it. So I think this is additional economical view that it's quite beneficial for the companies.
That's an interesting point. You mentioned Kenya, and I guess in a lot of people's minds, when we hear the name of a country like that, we think of an underdeveloped world. Now, how would you say can we balance the need for economic growth, if there is one, let's say in the first place? Do we want to keep Kenya as it is, or do we want to industrialize it? But let's assume that we want to have some sort of an economic growth for the benefit of its countrymen and countrywomen. How can we balance that imperative in terms of reducing carbon emissions?
Yeah, that's a good question. Thank you. Actually, Kenya is a good example because it's maybe a bit surprising. Kenya at the moment produces 80% of its electricity needs from renewable energy, and it's already aiming to reach 100 by 2030. So not 50, but 2030. Yeah, most likely will succeed. It's currently expanding its geothermal power plant in Olkaria. And it's also one of those countries we call economically developing or emerging economies, which means that a big section of its population basically don't have basic living standards or basic needs met, which means the development there has to happen and is happening and will happen regardless of what anybody thinks. The question is how to do it in a way that's sustainable. So if you can make sure that it goes hand in hand with like the uptake of renewable energy, then we can make sure that it's a decarbonized society, but there's a lot of risks involved. There's a lot of developing countries which are pushing for the exploitation of their natural resources, which are also largely fossil fuels, which presents a risk because if it's at a large scale, then we could almost say that the efforts in Europe are then countered by other places in the world where the fossil fuels are being used. But we really have a polarity, like because let's say here in Scotland or in Slovenia, the amount of resources we use is just incredible how much larger it is. For example, if we speak about electricity in particular, Kenya, which has a population of 50 million people, so they're almost using entirely renewable electricity, but they actually have fewer electricity needs than Slovenia, largely fewer. And we're a country of 2 million people, we're a country of 50 million. So we also can't, it's a very different, we can't pull comparisons. But these are countries where, now it's like the point where you're setting trajectories for the future. So it's like you have to put ambitions and goals in the right way. And I think Kenya is succeeding this. Kenya has already an ambition to be 100% renewable by 2030. But it's not everywhere. So that's the aim.
Yeah, it's interesting. I guess development will bring a lot of construction investment, energy needs, and I guess it's easier for us that we already have a lot of these things constructed to say, yeah, we can become carbon neutral, but in 10 years, while some countries have a long way to go, and then it's a bit maybe unfair to put some sort of a similar type of quotas on countries like that.
But Yeah, maybe one thing I would mention, because when I was in Kenya, I was working on urban mobility in particular. And a lot of it hinges on planning and political decisions and strategies. Because, for example, in Kenya currently, transport is not very well planned, but development is happening and people basically have a higher and higher purchasing power. What this means is that people are basically buying cars because public transport is not efficient, it's not good. So people buy cars to get around, which you could say it's a negative trend because it increases the need for fossil fuels. Of course, there's almost no EVs in Kenya. Yeah, they basically don't exist. And even most vehicles there are older vehicles, used vehicles. So they have very low emission standards compared to, let's say, standards in Europe. And they're inefficient also in the use of fuel.
Jasha, perhaps a question for yourself, since I think this could tie into your background and experience. But how could we maybe ensure that the vulnerable populations are not left behind in climate resilience planning?
That's a pretty loaded question because it's something that we're all still trying to figure out how to do and really what the repercussions of not doing it right are. And it takes a bit of like looking at the historical, the way historically things have been planned and who is in power making decisions and how do we dismantle those systems and look at it in a bit of a more equitable way. So I feel like in this case, like when we're really looking at paying attention to protecting the most vulnerable, we have to make the commitment to equity from the start of when we start, when we embark on the process. We have to really commit to integrity as well, which means that we want to be very transparent in the process. So from the get-go, we want to be able to say that we will tell you at every step of the way who's making the decisions based on what, how is the information that we're collecting from you being used, so that you're able to show that from the very start of the project. And that also means thinking about governance, so thinking about who's at the table making these decisions, who's at the table when these decisions are getting implemented, and who benefits from these solutions and who might be additionally burdened when we're planning for solutions. Because if they're not done properly, you can sometimes just transfer some of that risk or burden to another community instead of helping everyone. And so when it comes, then that means that when we are doing public engagement or community engagement, we have to look at a variety of different methods of reaching out to people. So making sure that we reach those communities that are more difficult to reach because they might be preoccupied with their other issues. They might not have the time. They might work multiple jobs. So you need to do whatever you can to reduce the barriers for their participation, which means like maybe you offer daycare or some childcare opportunities when you're doing the engagement. It takes time to build trust with these communities. So you need to, it goes back to what I was talking about, integrity. So showing up, going to where people are. So not expecting them to come to you, but you go to where people already are meeting in their communities, in their groups. And a big one also, like thinking about compensating people for their time, because what they're giving you through this engagement it's their expertise, right? So like typically when you hire an expert, you pay them. So in the similar way, it's typically a good practice to then also pay the people that you want to get that firsthand input from. But at the same time, you don't want to necessarily just rely on going out to people, asking them what they want. You can use readily available information, such as like demographic information from information from census. As example, what I shared in my presentation, when you can just look at a map and see which areas of the city might be the areas that you need to prioritize more for investment because it has a higher population that might be more vulnerable to one hazard or another, or just overall. So a couple of thoughts.
Thank you very much. Sarah, perhaps, or Sara, for you, you spoke about trends in European sustainability now. What do you see some of the most important ESG policies that will be implemented in the near future?
Yeah, thanks, Jure. And I'd like to actually connect this answer to, I saw some questions already popping up on the Q&A online. And I think there was a question, how can companies even digest and review the relevant regulation, right? And indeed, it's a tough job. You have to hire a lawyer for that. Not a single person can handle that. There is so much legislation around, and it really depends on the sector you operate, right? Because if you work, let's say, in food and drink sector, you will have completely different regulation applying than if you work, let's say, in the energy sector. But what we do know is that for companies that are, let's say, of a bigger size, more than 50 plus employees, actually, they will all be subject to a couple of regulations that I'm going to point out right now. So the first one is the one that I presented in my presentation. That's the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, right? So companies will have to disclose how they comply with sustainability in a public report next to financial information. In the future, what will also apply is the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. So companies will have to actively look into their supply chains and mitigate human rights and environmental risks. This will also be quite a big challenge, I think, for some companies that are not used of doing that before. For example, we already have a similar law that's applicable in Germany. So German companies have experience with that. But on the other side, let's say companies from Slovenia, I think this is the first time they will have to comply with such a regulation. The third one would be the EU taxonomy regulation. I haven't talked about it that much because it's quite complex. But in a nutshell, the idea of the EU taxonomy is to really divert investments into sustainable activities. And here the European Union decided to put together, let's say, a framework of which activities are considered sustainable and they contribute to various goals. So at this stage, we already have all the detailed criteria and actually a list of activities that are sustainable. They're all published online. And there are also different tools available so that companies can help themselves check whether they're compliant or not. Because I can share from experience that what's happening in practice is you do not have to comply with EU taxonomy, right? It's just a tool to say, I don't know, 10% of my portfolio is sustainable. And what's happening right now is that banks are approaching companies with questions. For example, can you share with me what percentage of your portfolio is sustainable? Because they're then more likely to get loans. Because also banks want to, of course, appear more sustainable, and they have to disclose the sustainability of their portfolio and investments. And the last law I would highlight is the Green Claims Directive that I've also briefly mentioned. This we really urge companies to substantiate the claims they make. So if you claim something is carbon neutral or green, you will have to usually digitally tag the product with the QR code so that the consumer can actually check whether this information is factual or not. And if this is not done properly, you can be fined by the member state. It's not still clear to what extent, but there should be punishment for misleading claims.
Thank you for that. Perhaps a question for you, Clara, again, to tie this one in. What are, for example, one of the biggest risks facing companies that do not prioritize sustainability?
I think Sarah just mentioned one of them, which is litigation risk. And as you maybe remember in my presentation, especially industries such as banks and automotive, they're like corporate profits can be at stake up to 50 to 60%. Besides that, we also have one of the risks that higher cost of capital, higher investment risk, risk of various fines, negative impact of various externalities, and just being in a place or like having a better reputation is also one of the reasons that can have a very negative impact on your future development and also on your corporate profits.
Definitely, yeah. Brand equity. And how could maybe then the financial industry incentivize companies to prioritize?
I would say from my experience, what I have noticed is that often clients are reluctant to use sustainable financing in terms of sustainable loans, green loans, because they first don't have a knowledge how to do that. And it's often for them more consuming to prepare all of disclosures. And I think by providing some kind of advising to them to make that easier, that would be one of the solutions for enabling and expanding sustainable financing.
I saw a question just pop up in the chat, and I'm just going to read it out loud. And it goes, how can we, given what I've heard today, it seems like we really are not yet on track towards the 1.5 degree goal. How can we get all of these companies, governments, and customers to adopt a much more radical change in how they're operating? Right now, it seems like there is a lot of talk, but not much concrete radical changes being taken. And who wants to address this one?
Just one comment, like one of the cases is that we have a lot of regulations which are like soft laws, but not hard laws yet. So, and until all of these regulations are going to be only like soft requirements, in my opinion, there's not going to be a concrete change. Right. Because also, as Sarah mentioned, your taxonomy, it's not like a must requirement.
Right.
It's only something that provides you with the orientation. So that's one of the issues, in my opinion.
If I can quickly step in on this question, I think the answer is you have to vote. Because my experience from Brussels is really that I think we have elected quite an ambitious, let's say, leadership to the European Union in the past 4 years. I think the Green Deal was really a good step forward. But what we do see is that even though European Commission is very ambitious, they do put forward ambitious law. Like one example I can give is emission standards for cars, right? So the EU has decided all of the cars should be electric, all the heating should be electrified, of course, assuming that electricity will be green in the future or greener. But then what happened is that the pressure of the lobby is so strong that this got completely watered down. I think it was one of the big exceptions that now currently we had the law passing on CO2 standards for car that are now basically they're banning normal internal combustion cars as of 2035. So you will only be able to buy an electric one. But then we saw the pressure from Germany that in the last minute they watered down the proposal, and now we're suddenly going to have e-fuels also being able to be sold after that year. So I think it really, really depends a lot on the governments and who we elect to really have ambitious regulation, because I think there is more that can be done. But of course, the private sector, it's too stubborn. So I think it's also something up to us.
Well, I think you had your hand up to comment on this one as well.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have my hand up, but I totally agree on the comment that I think that we are like in a sandbox, you know, we are talking about sustainability, we are talking about regulations, we are talking how green we are, how great we are. But in practice, when you face like a small challenge, like this box that I was telling you about, I don't know if you remember, like everybody's maybe a little bit lazy, a little bit comfortable. And I think we will need to be forced out of our comfort zone. And I hope it won't be because of like really hard climate change, like storms, floods that we are already facing. but I hope that we'll be forced with more soft measures like legislation. But on the other hand, I think trends and marketing can play a really interesting role, because if we can make global trends go in that direction, then behavior will also change. And also like something that is like mandatory, like, so we are forced to change. So like in a press, you know.
You wanted to add to that, perhaps, or?
Actually, mostly it's been answered, I think. Yeah, I think I agree with everything that was said. I would maybe add, Polona already mentioned that, you know, once we're also feeling the effects of climate change, I think there will be more action taken. It's not maybe an ideal scenario, but we also don't have to like have a doomist view, so to say. Yes, at the moment we're doing far too little. We're doing very much far too little, but I think we're going to be pushed to do more. Maybe on country levels, it will be like more action taken to do investments and implementation for decarbonization once the effects are more pronounced. I mean, we're also here from like everybody's from a different field. We have some people from the private sector and like economists. And I think in the economics also the cost evaluation will be shifted. I think at the moment there's a lot of elements which don't have a value. Like nature per se doesn't have like a value in economic terms. But even here we're seeing some shifts. I was reading this interesting article some years ago about how, you know, usually in cities when we talk about parks, they were like considered a public amenity. They didn't have an economic value. But now there's this shift because, you know, there was a calculation done, okay, but what about health benefits and health expenses that are avoided because people spend time in a park and they exercise and they avoid having health complications. And I think that these kind of evaluations will be more pronounced in the future, which will also drive the economy in a different way.
Okay. Maja, I see your hand up.
Yes, indeed. I think that I also would like to add something. Indeed, what Katja says in the question, there's a lot of talking, but we are still waiting for this big revolution to happen. And I can tell you from the tourism perspective, but it can be applied to all levels. We did not yet enter on the sustainability, let's say, field, the phase where we are actively searching for ways to communicate sustainability. So we only now figure out what we need to do. And now we know this, now we need to communicate this so people understand what they need to do. So they need to understand, okay, this is my 2 cents, but most important, why they have to do it. This is the main thing. And I can tell you the example from the tourism industry, one very big hotel chain. They, you know, when you go to the hotel, I tend to spend a lot of time in the hotel. You always have like, don't waste too much water, help us preserve the planet. Reuse the towel, save the planet. This does not work. There has been a lot of studies made. This has almost no impact. So in a way, people, we are selfish enough that preserving the planet, oh, my little towel, oh, my, but they shifted. So this chain, they shifted, they said, all right, but we need to bring this cost of water and energy of heating the water down. So they shifted the messaging, the communication campaign. So instead of use less water, preserve the planet, they shifted around and they said, taking cold, short showers rejuvenates your body and is overall good for your health. I mean, the effects were enormous. They brought down 60% of like heating from the water and everything. I mean, that's the shift we need to make. So it's not like, all right, you need to save the planet. By now, everybody knows we need to save the planet. But why is this good for you? What we are all talking here, why is better for me to go into circular economy, not only to save the planet in general. Those are general messages, and our brains tend not to understand those general messages. We need to go down deep. And also the next thing that we also see in tourism and working with tourist guides as well, prohibition doesn't work. You should not do this. And when people feel like I should not do this, I cannot do this, this also doesn't work. Also with children as well. You are not allowed to do this. I want it. And this is where you get more than 20% of people saying, if I want to be sustainable, I give up luxury. You never give up luxury if you are sustainable. You have luxury, but the communication is a problem. So we need to go, why? And this is the thing. So if we are able to explain people why this is better for them already today, not in 25 years, but why this is better for them today, then I think we will start a revolution.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. So I think there's been some shifts in marketing how this communication works. I think we used to be very feature driven, stating facts like save 10% of this, or then the next step was benefit driven, like save the world. But the new era of marketing communication is more like emotion driven. So as long as we can tune that in the way how we do it, people will probably have a better buy-in. Another question that came in the chat, Timothy is asking, and he states that it has been mentioned today that US is better in terms of finding companies that do not comply with ESG reporting. How come that this is the case, he says, even though EU has more laws and policies in place? Are we facing suffocation by having too many policies? Maybe this would be one for Sarah.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can answer this completely, but my take would be generally the structure of governance, right? So the US is a different governing system than the EU. And what usually happens in the EU, of course, you have directives and then you have regulations, right? And a directive, usually the EU gives more or less general guidance on how things should be done. And then it's up to the member state to actually implement it. And then what happens is, for example, in the Netherlands, the enforcement is super strong. You can see all the cases, let's say, against Shell popping up in those countries only. Whereas, let's say, in other countries, for example, in Slovenia, you don't often hear, I don't know, a company being brought to court for various reasons, right? So I think a main reason is that it's up to the member states of the EU to actually enforce this regulation. So I think I would say that's one of the main reasons. But we're getting on a better path, because one trend we're seeing is that the directives are changing into regulations, which is a much more strict way of, let's say, of a law, because it's directly applicable in a member state. So I think this is one trend that might improve the situation. And on top of that, I can also add that I have experience with some clients that are coming from the US, and they were like, oh my God, things take so long in the EU. And it's true, it takes up to 4 years to pass a law, whereas in the US it might be just a couple of months. And we had this example with this IRA. Now I forgot what it stands for, the taxation thing, the benefit for green investments, whereas we try to counteract that in the EU, and it's obviously not successful. I know for clients now that are abandoning all their operations, for example, in the solar industry in the EU, and they're all moving to the US. So this is one of the issues we have, I think, with the governance.
Speaking of regulation, there's another question coming in from Katja, who is with us here in person in the audience. And she says, how can we also make sure we're not just moving from unsustainable practices to other less regulated countries? For example, high standards for agriculture in EU, and then we import food from low regulation countries, well, whichever those may be. Anybody? Okay, go for it.
sorry, I'll quickly jump into it's a great question, and what I can say is I can comfort you that the EU is definitely thinking about that. It was one of the key aspects of the Green Deal as well. I cannot give an example for agriculture, but when it comes to energy products, for example, we have in Europe the emissions trading system, right? So this is a very heavy regulation that makes everything that emits emissions really expensive over time. And of course, the natural thinking was, okay, we're just going to import, let's say, solar panels from China and so on, because they're much cheaper. The thing is that next to this regulation, the EU also implemented the carbon border adjustment mechanism, which really adjusts the taxation when you import different products, right? So that basically everything costs the same in the EU. So this is one way of, let's say, leveling that playing field in the EU.
Okay. Now, we spoke about regulations. Tjaša, if we go back to you for a moment again, there is one question that also came in, and it goes like, what are some of the most effective ways for communities and organizations to prepare for the impacts of climate change?
Yeah, thanks, Judith. That's a bit of what I was talking about in my presentation. Just going back to that, I think it's like if they first need to start with building the understanding of what hazards, climate hazards, their locations will be exposed to in the future, because that might vary a little bit from one location to another. And then also, in addition to that, also understanding which components of their systems are most vulnerable to those climate hazards. So they need to think about their entire system, and they need to think about the secondary impacts as well. So not only a direct impact of, for example, extreme wind on the buildings, they need to also start to think about, oh, that might also mean that there's going to be a long-term power outage, and how is their system able to respond to that? So looking at this whole system, looking at the secondary impacts, and then based on that, identifying the priorities for where they need to start their investments and start looking at solutions. And like once they do have those solutions, there's still that big challenge of finding the funding to actually do that. And I think especially for communities, municipalities, that's a big trend that I've seen, that even though they might know what they need to do, they don't have the money to do it. So some tips for how they might tackle that problem is, I've seen it work very well when they started small with a small pilot project, and then that kind of evolved into a bigger one because it attracted additional partners, and through that they were able to apply for additional funding together for a bigger project. They were able to showcase that the approach that they were trying to pilot worked, and that they can expand it on a bigger scale, and just like doing a bit of the homework of having a plan ready for when a funding opportunity comes up, that will make it a lot easier to then jump on it when it does come. And then also looking for champions internally. There's always people who are going to push back internally within the company or within the organization. They're going to push back against the change. They like the status quo. They like to do things the way they've been doing them for decades. And that's especially the case for municipalities and governments in general. And so you need to look for those partners that really get it, and that really see the benefits. And then also looking for partners externally. So looking for kind of having both someone on the inside, someone from the outside, and really leaning on those people who have that same shared goal to be able to bring this up as an issue. It's still not necessarily a priority for a lot of organizations, institutions, but if we do bring more attention to it and showcase how it might improve the overall goals of any organization, I think we can see a lot more action on it as well. And that goes to climate action in general as well, not just the resilience piece, but that's what I've seen.
Can I just add something to Tjaša? Like, I really agree on like what you said right now. And maybe what we also noticed in our work is that individuals play a really important role, because you can have like a municipality that it's totally like not open to change, like to have some kind of sustainable solutions in their community. But then you can get one individual that is quite passionate about it. And this person from the inside actually promotes and advocates for this like purpose in the community. And it's a really better way of doing things, because then you don't force like a mayor or somebody to do some changes, but then somebody from the inside that they trust can explain what are the like benefits of this change. So yeah, infiltration.
Timothy, I see you've got your hand up. Please click unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, very well.
First of all, thank you everyone for amazing presentations today. I have another question for Sarah, actually. When it comes to CO2 emissions, companies can buy carbon coupons that would offset their carbon emissions. And will there be any legislation in the future that would limit to how many coupons a company can buy? Because if there is no limit, bigger companies can buy basically infinite amount of those coupons and not change any of the kind of the old practices and the pollution that they're doing in terms of CO2 emissions.
Okay, yeah, that's, I think, a very good question, actually. So I think you're not talking about the CO2, let's say, credits from the emissions trading system, but you're talking about the voluntary carbon offsets, right?
No, I was actually thinking about the credit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, in that case, yeah, the system is evolving, and they're putting, for example, in case of aviation, in the past, all the airlines, they had free coupons, basically. So the kerosene was not taxed, right? And now this is changing, and they're limiting the number of coupons that the companies can buy, because this is a system of how to then reduce emissions over time. So this is happening, but it's more, they're really more leaving it to the market, I would say. And I'm not sure this is really helping smaller players out there. So yeah, I don't think this is the legislation for small and medium enterprises here. We're really talking about the bigger companies. But when it comes, let's say, to other ways of offsetting carbon, or like when we're talking about, for example, direct air capture, I think this is quite an innovative technology that's popping up, and there is new regulation that's coming up on that. For example, we're currently just at the guidelines level, which is a soft law that doesn't oblige anybody to follow certain criteria, but in the future we could expect regulations. I hope this partly answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, conscious of time, we got 1 minute to go. I don't want to keep you guys and ladies any longer than intended. You've been very diligent to dedicate a lot of this day today. Any final, perhaps, thoughts from somebody, or any questions anybody may have? If not, I would like to thank you all so very much again. Really, it's been a great day. I will very much enjoy myself to take the afternoon in Edinburgh. And like Maja said, I will not look on TripAdvisor. I'm going to talk to locals, and hopefully we all will find a hidden gem that hasn't been promoted, and enjoy the rest of your day. So very much thank you again all for attending.
Thank you very much, and enjoy your Scottish whiskey.
But give it away, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thanks, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
Next one. I have received a couple of messages privately if presentations would be, if we could share the presentations. Now, if any of you would feel slightly uncomfortable due to compliance reasons within the company, please let me know. Otherwise, if you're okay, I can then share the presentations with whoever asks. Okay. Super.
I will just share with you the latest slides.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, me too. I changed it.
Well, thank you again, and Keep in touch.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Bye.